Okay, I'm back. Let's see if I can get this thing working. Well, actually, to be fair, it was working when I quit. What I need to be working on now is implementing. Now I've got the cookie, I've got it back, everything's loaded up, ready to go. What I haven't figured out how to fully do is read that cookie, not in Blazor, because I got to decrypt it. I have a secret that's going to take that cookie and decrypt it. And then I've got to like lock down a page, at least one page, right? Got to have some page that says, yeah, do something with it. Do something that actually checks that you're logged in, and then tries to read that off. So one of the things I'd like to do is change login to logout on this page, and have a little, I don't even know what is this supposed to be. I don't even, is that a page I actually have on my learn sign in? What is that? ASP.NET. How is that even on my app? I don't even know what that is. I don't remember anything about an about page on my thing. Is that on my page, or is that like some weird thing that's showing me because I have the side pages open? And why is that there? I don't know. Let's see. Do I have an about page? It's not even my page. It's not my page. It's just an about link that takes me to a page, which means it would have to be under what? My nav menu? Is there actually an about on here? Auth, account, post, account register, account login. Let's see here. Let's see. Is there an about on here? To expose more information about the authentication user to the client. About. Okay, this one's got something about. Learn.microsoft.com. Main layout. Why do I have this on here? I don't want that on here. my app doesn't need to have a about that takes me to Microsoft.learn, ASP.NET Core. Is that useful? Maybe, but it doesn't need to be here. You know what I might do? Let's open this up in another window. And I will take this, and I'm going to go pop it up over here into my other window, maybe. Well, I'd like to. Oh, there it goes. Maybe. Okay, it's a little hard to add. Apparently it's not that easy to add things to another window. It's usually pretty easy to do, but apparently, let's pin this open. Stop it. Huh. I cannot add this here. For whatever reason. You can usually drag tabs into other things, but this is not one of those things. Why it won't let me add this here? I don't know. But it won't let me add this into this. You can't drag it into here. Huh. Interesting. So if you're, I know you can do it like if your tabs are horizontally aligned. Let's see. Search tabs, turn off vertical tabs. And then they're up here. Now watch, if I go up here. Or not. Weird. Okay, maybe I can't do it into a workspace. I know you can drag tabs into other windows, but apparently not. not if. Okay, so I don't like that, to be honest. I just did it because I wanted to see if that worked, but go back to vertical tabs, and then we're gonna go here, here. Not my favorite way to do that, but I'm gonna hold on to this because that might be useful as I go down, but I gotta put it up here in my resources or it'll just get closed. Okay, so we'll close that, and then we're gonna dump it from my app because I don't want it in my app. Maybe I'll have an about page, but I don't actually have an about page yet. So that could be useful at some point in the future, but right now I'm not putting it in. Not there. Now, one of the things I wanted to do, along with all of my yeah, there we go. Along with all of this stuff is start working with Azure Devops. I wanted to create a project that says like, hey, I'm working with my Blazor Ultimate Community app, and then what do I need to add to it? So Ultimate Community Ladder app. So I was working on getting that accomplished. However, I was hit or miss on my getting it going. So I got Azure DevOps services. I put this here. I tried to sign in, but when I do, it takes me to my Azure page, not to my Azure DevOps page, which is really weird. And there's not really a way to get back to my Azure DevOps. So even though I thought I had a link that took me to Azure DevOps, I apparently do not. See, like I go here, and then I try to go sign in, get started with Azure, and this just keeps taking me back to other places. If I sign in, it just takes me back to Azure. I end up with the exact same stuff I had before. So can I get to DevOps from here? Does it keep bringing me here because there's DevOps? DevOps. Manage DevOps. Azure DevOps Organizations. DevOps as a Service. Manage DevOps. Plan smarter, collaborate better, and ship faster with a set of modern dev services. My Azure DevOps Organizations. Well, okay. Is that my Azure DevOps Association? So this is my project. So if I click on this, will it take me to DevOps? Taking me somewhere. Hey, it did. Cool. Now, if only it would keep this page and not always make me keep logging in and take me to Azure, because it's kind of a pain in the rear to get here. It's a definite challenge, that's for sure, because it's like I save the link, but yet it still takes me somewhere else. So, I don't know. This is what I would expect it to take me to when I log in. So I have this project. It's actually my organization. Let's see if I can go overview. Let's see if I go here. New work item. See, it's really not about this project. Can I dashboards, repos, pipelines? This is another thing I'm looking at to try to figure this out. New. So you can't do new project. I can do a new feature. Because this AMG is my project. Active Minds, I think. Maybe maybe I just go here. And then I go new project. And we're gonna say, I may not be able to have multiple. I mean, how many projects can I put? Maybe that's the thing. I probably have a limit. Is there a limit? Ow, back is not happy. Ugh. I keep letting it relax, and then it falls and hurts. Ow. All right, let's try something. How many projects can I have in a free Azure DevOps account? There's a limit of 300 projects within Azure DevOps organization, according to the cloud migration project limit. Customers with a large number of projects in a collection should note that Azure DevOps services has a limit of 300 per organization. Okay, 300. I'm not going to do 300, but there is a free amount. Visual Studio subscribers get free access to Azure DevOps. Subscribers get access to any number of organizations. Oh, that's subscribers. Azure DevOps, is there a limit for number of projects? Is there a free version of Azure DevOps? Yes, Azure DevOps is free with unlimited repositories for up to 5 users. Oh, well, if that's all the limit is. I'm only 1 user, so, and at most I may someday be 2 users because I may someday hire somebody. See, I'm waiting on my lotto to come in. My, the Lord's going to provide. I laugh, but in reality, anything's possible, right? God can do anything. So, if I rank as somebody he feels is worthy for the cause, like he thinks I'll be a good steward of that money, then he'll let me have it. If he doesn't, then someone else will get it, and I'll continue to look for work. And that's what I'm doing this year. I'm assuming the possibility that he thinks someone else is more deserving. It's not even about deserving, right? There's a lot of deserving people out there, and there's a lot of undeserving people out there who win the lotto, by the way. So both deserving people and undeserving people win the lotto because all those wins happen to somebody, and they're not all worthy of greatness. Some people will just burn through it. But you know what? My feeling is, if God's letting people win, for one thing, I don't think he's necessarily controlling it all the time. He might just be letting the random world just happen because he knows what people are going to do with this stuff. And sometimes they burn through it and they lose everything. Such is the lesson for them to learn. But also, perhaps he knows how they're going to do that. Maybe they're helping people. Maybe they're benefiting. Maybe they're doing things that are benefiting the world and they're losing the money. So it may not be good for them, but it's good for his purposes, right? So I think ultimately it comes down to, does he believe those people are going to do with it what he wants them to do with it? And if I'm not that person, then I won't win. But I think I don't have any reason to believe that it's not possible. And also, that's off the track. So let's get back to it. I'm going to create a project here. We're going to call it Razor. Actually, let's call it the Ultimate. No, all right, let's just go UCL. And we'll put it in the description. UCL dash Razor slash. Nope, can't use slash. Razor. Nope, can't do that either. Razor. Nope, can't do that either. Whatever. UCL Razor Next.js. And we'll just say Ultimate Community Ladder. Oh, you know what? It's not even Razor. Why do I keep doing that? It's not Razor, it's React. Ultimate Community Ladder. TypeScript. Implementation. So not TypeScript, JavaScript. Java? JavaScript. Implementation. Angular is TypeScript, but TypeScript is still JavaScript. They're both JavaScript, but TypeScript is, what do you call it? Type driven. Whereas React is not, but they both use JS files. JavaScript files, and they just have different formats. Like React has a JSX, and I think Angular uses TSX or something like that. I think there's our TSX. And then you also have just JS, which is just a generic JavaScript. And also with Next.js, it's a little bit more, a little bit different because it has some extra libraries and junk going on in there. Anyway, Ultimate Community Ladder JavaScript implementation. And anyone on the internet can view the project. Certain features like TFVC are not supported. Do I want to see, do I want to make this available to the public world? For now, let's go private. I think you could probably change it. Can you change the visibility? Probably, right? Can an Azure Devops project visibility be changed after it has been created? Okay, so it looks like you can. So we'll leave it at private for now. It's a mess right now anyway. It might be something I want to share. I'm thinking possibly I want to share it with like version control, Git, work item process, agile. Sure. We'll use agile. I have to laugh. Agile is anything but when you actually have managers. Agile may be good for planning and strategizing when you don't have any managers, but most managers don't know how to not micromanage. They say they don't. Oh, we don't do micromanagement. Most of them, some of them are good. They know how not to, but most of them don't. And when you give them a tool that's going to show them what people are accomplishing and what they're doing, they just can't help but make decisions based on that information. Whether or not you're getting things done, if you're not keeping up with your fellow users, you know, you're not getting the same amount of points done as other people. They're going to make decisions based on that. And as a result, people are going to want to take a lot smaller things, or they're going to want to take easier things, or they're going to they're going to purposefully give something more points than it's supposed to be just so that they can get it done and get more points, because it's going to screw the process. And ultimately, every implementation I've seen, management can't help but be involved. And they look at this, and they look at all of the metrics, and the metrics are there for the team, not for the manager, but the managers will look at it and go, hey, this guy's only getting, you know, this many, but he's taking the hardest stuff. You know, I mean, you don't know. New guy might be struggling a little bit, maybe, but oftentimes I think managers just don't know how to not keep their nose out of Agile. It actually, the design of Agile is not meant to be a management tool. It's meant to be a team tool to help progress things and be able to give you the ability to be agile a little bit, switch things up. I have a problem with Agile for other reasons as well. I think it's a good concept, and there are things I like about it. I gotta keep stretching my back. This is what happens when you won't out your back, man. Because then, if I don't stretch it out, I won't be able to get up from the chair later. I mean, I'll get up, but it'll hurt for the first few minutes. Once I start walking around, I don't even feel it. But it's after I sit for a while, if I let my back settle, it complains. Holy moly. Holy moly. All right, back to it. So there's my UCL. I got to create another project though, because I'm not using that one right now. But ultimately what I'm trying to do is I'm going to start adding tasks in here. And does Azure Devops tie into... I was looking at things like ClickUp, but I guess I don't have to use ClickUp, right? Because if DevOps does it, I don't know what I could tie in, but let's call this UCL dash Blazor, and we're going to call it the Ultimate Community Ladder .NET 8 Blazor Laser web application implementation. All right. Okay, so things I need to do. I need to start adding some tasks so I can actually check some stuff off, watch progress, watch things go. And then as I think I need to do new things, I will add more. So we're going to go to my, I guess, boards. Why not? And then we're going to go to work items. So we're going to say add new work item. So this is not technically a project, right? I mean, we're not going to add. So you have work items here and you have a feature, right? So feature right now is my, feature is now like going to be my web API, right? Auth, web, oh wait, auth, wait, no, let's put this up here. Gotta put it in the title. Wait, where's the title? Oh, there it is. Oh, dang it, I did it again. Let my back settle. It's too easy to let your back settle when you're sitting. Yeah. And no, sitting on a bouncy ball won't do it. Bet you can still slouch on a bouncy ball. Anybody who tells you can't slouch on a bouncy ball has never sat on one. I have one back there, and I've tried to use it, but I still kind of bend over. Sometimes you almost bend over worse. Okay, so it's let's see, auth web API implementation. All right, so we're gonna say save. It's new. We're gonna say plug in and apply authentication provided from web API created in .NET. Priority. Well, that's a big one. We're going to say that's a huge priority. We got to get that done. That's the thing we're working on now. I don't know what the risk is going to be. Effort's going to be gargantuan. It shouldn't be, but I mean, the effort should roll up, right? I should be able to add on the things that are underneath the feature, and that should show the effort. I think it should sum up, but I'm gonna hit save because I'm not gonna put that stuff in. I feel like that stuff should not even be included in the. I mean, that is the feature of my websites, and both of them are gonna need this, but. Let's go back to my board here. So I have this. Can I add to this? Open selected items and query, email, delete. Okay, so if I'm going to add a new work item, I got to add a new. What's bigger? Epics are bigger than features, aren't they? What would be an epic? I don't know. It's too big. It's like I can't think bigger than feature. A feature is you're going to have this. Epic is like. What is an epic? Epic is the creation of the app. I mean, I don't know. It's like the project. I don't know what an epic is. It's a pretty high thing, though. So we have issues, and then we have an issue in the task. What's the difference between an issue and a task? What is a PBI? Wait a minute. I thought a task isn't. Tasks are items underneath a PBI. Where is the PBI? Right? I mean, is an issue a PBI? What the heck? Because a task is an item that's in the PBI, the individual little sample things you need to do. And what is a user story? Oh my gosh. I should know this. I don't remember seeing a user story as its own object, though. I thought, did they change the name? Because I remember, where's PBIs? There's no PBI on here. All right. I need that. I need that either. I don't even know what all this junk is. Close this up. All right. I'm a little distracted as I try to figure out how to get this this working. Let's go see here. Azure Devops user story versus PBI. See, they do have it separate. Software, the difference between a product backlog and a standard agile backlog. Before we discuss individual product backlog items, take a look. What's a product backlog? A product backlog is a list of changes. Service foundation. What's an agile product backlog? An agile product backlog. PBI versus user story. PBIs and user stories serve two different purposes. Next, let's. Okay, that's what I'm used to seeing. A product backlog item is a single element of work. Yeah. This can include specifications, new feature requests, bugs, or change requirements. Simply put, a PBI is an individual task that needs to be taken care of to improve the project or fix an issue. However, PBIs aren't necessarily completed in the order they get. Yeah, well, that's, yeah. A user story is similar to PBI, but it goes beyond a specific change or requirement. It puts the end user and their experience front and center. It's the smallest unit of work in an agile development, expressed from the user's perspective. This is a functional increment that's expected to contribute to a value of the overall product. While this term may make it sound like this is a lengthy way to describe needs and requests, that couldn't be further from reality. User stories should actually fit together more like a puzzle. You should be able to schedule a plan for each piece. Here is a common formula. One important thing to know is that a product backlog is never complete. As requirement changes, the backlogs will change too. The key is understanding what a good PBI. What type of agile management uses PBIs? While working with prioritization, PBIs is common in many different software projects. This is especially common in Scrum methodology. First, the team defines backlog items and bugs. From there, you consider the business value, effort, and relevancy for each PBI. Then you can prioritize the PBIs. So is that what we're doing, Scrum? Is that what all this time we've been thinking we're doing Agile and instead we're doing Scrum? And Scrum is PBIs and user stories. I don't know. I don't like it. I like PBIs. User stories are. I don't like the formulation of user stories. The premise of them is, oh, I'm this guy. I want this thing to do something of this sort. It's like trying to put a lot of words in because you're trying to describe the story. And I just want to know what the task is. Make this happen. That's the task. PBI, make this happen. This thing needs to happen. And then you have tasks. Like, hey, I need to do this to make that happen. I need to do this to make that happen. I need to do this to make that happen. You make it small enough that you can get it done in 2 weeks or whatever. 2 weeks is kind of standard. User story is like adding abstractity to a concrete theory. Ow. Gurgly murgly. Okay. Hurts, but once I get it straightened out, it will stop hurting until I relax and it starts hurting again. So, So, let's go to my project here quick. And then we're going to go to project settings. And we're going to go boards on, repos, sure. Pipeline, definitely. Test plans, I should. Artifacts, continuous delivery with artifacts. This is all stuff I want to implement at some point. Delete project, no. Boards, project configuration. Create and manage iterations for the project. These iterations will be used by teams for iteration planning, sprint planning. Default team settings. Well, I don't have a team, but bugs are managed with tasks. That's good. Bugs are not managed, and backlogs are not managed on backlogs and boards. No, bugs should be fixed. That's fine. Backlog navigation levels. The iteration selects global appearance sprints, hover sprints. Iterations. Okay, well, that's fine. Blazor templates. See, why don't I have, why is there not PBIs on here? Bug template. I do like the idea of creating templates. Some people have had those already. It's like if you put the same things in things all the time, templates are a good way to go. So you don't have to keep doing it. But I am not seeing. Oh, here it is, Agile. Can I change this? Let's see what the difference is. I set this up as Agile. System processes cannot be customized. To add customization, create an inherited process. So I can't change the process? Oh, okay. This template for teams who follow Scrum framework. You know, I always thought Scrum and Agile were the same basic thing. Apparently I'm wrong, but Scrum versus Agile. I've always thought, you know, they were the same. But let's go see what the key differences are. Both of them are screwed up. I don't want courses, just tell me working software over comprehensive documentation. Custom. All right. All right, let's do this. Nobody just can tell you something, you know, they all gotta be overly. What are the key differences between Scrum and Agile? Framework versus methodology. Agile is overarching methodology or philosophy that encompasses a set of principles and values. All that stuff just sounds like gobbledygook. Framework versus Scrum is a framework that implements Agile principles. Okay, it provides a structured way to manage and organize work within a team, focuses on iterative progress and incremental delivery. Agile is based on the following key principles: individuals and interactions over process and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. Agile is highly flexible and adaptable. It doesn't prescribe specific practices, but encourages teams to choose methods that best suit their project needs. Broad application. Agile can be applied across various industries and types of projects, not just software development. It is a mindset that encourages continuous improvement and customer-centric development. Now, okay, so it is Agile. Scrum is Agile, but it's typically what's used for developers. So if you've got, so it's almost like what you'd get with Agile is you have a project and you might have a task of create the website, set up a sales team. You'll have things like define the goals, you know, what is the website supposed to do? I mean, you're going to have a wide variety of stuff. Who do we need, or you might do something like find resources for providing what do you call it? Credit card acceptance, or determine. You're doing all these things that aren't really coding. You're assembling the overall big picture of what needs to happen, and that would be kind of what Agile is. I think Scrum is meant for actually getting individual things done. It's a little bit more minute or accomplishment focused. It's going to have a more defined. So Agile is a broad set of principles, while Scrum is a specific framework within it. Flexibility. Agile is more flexible, allowing teams to adapt and choose different methods. Scrum provides a more structured approach with defined roles, events, and artifacts. Agile can be implemented through various frameworks like Scrum, Kanban, or extreme programming. I don't even know what that is. Scrum is a specific way to implement Agile principles. Roles and responsibilities. Scrum defines clear roles, master development team, whereas Agile does not specify roles but emphasizes collaboration among all team members. Okay, so let's go with Scrum. There you go. That's what I wanted. That looks normal to me. Okay. Did it change though? That's what I wanted. I wanted to change. Let's see here. No, see, I can't. That did not change. How do I change my project? Can you change it? I don't want to have to delete my project. All right. In Azure Devops, how do I change process on an existing project? Can use the Azure DevOps process of an existing project. This is a more advanced method. Migrate to a new project. Okay, so they're saying, yeah, you can't do it. You can do it, but you have to create a new project. Darn it. I guess I should have looked that up. Like I said, I thought Agile was Agile. I didn't know Agile and Scrum. Scrum is what I'm used to. Scrum is what makes sense to me. I don't need the broad. I need the focused framework, because I'm doing that kind of work. I'm creating pieces of existing stuff. I could see having a project that actually implements some of your Scrum projects, right? So you might have a UCL project that is Agile, and you're like, create the Blazor app, create the React app, define purpose for each, or something. What are these apps going to do? And go figure out define marketing plan and that kind of thing, where you're going to try to work with whoever you need to work with to get individual parts and pieces working. Eventually, each one of those could end up being some kind of a Scrum work. But if you have development like I'm doing, you want to end up being in a Scrum project. I just learned something new. So there you go. There's Scrum versus Agile in DevOps, and what is it that you want to use? Because they're both, Scrum is like a piece of Agile, whereas Agile is, a bigger picture. My acting career. Well, I'm still studying. That doesn't even start until my audition is a week from Friday. Well, it's 2 weeks. So I just started all this last weekend. I've gone through the entire play. I've read the entire play. I didn't do all the reading online. I did some of it. I also did Audible, because I wanted to hear other people do it and see how it's being acted. So I listened to a couple of, not Audible, but YouTube. Listened to some YouTube versions of the play. And just kind of got a feel for how other actors are acting the parts. I haven't decided who I want to try and what monologue I want to do. That's next. But I've got 1 week. I'll basically have a week to learn the monologue. And then I got to go do the thing. And my audition is at 8:45 next Friday. Not this Friday, but next Friday. And I don't know. I still haven't just, I mean, it's still possible that I just chicken out. So, hey, there's, I could just go, yeah, I can't do this. My acting career could just fizzle out. Who knows? But we'll see. I guess it's all going to come down to how I feel on that Friday night. Because I guarantee you, I could learn the whole thing, get ready to go, and go, all right, I'm going to have my monologue ready. I'm going to be set. I'm going to get in the car. I'm going to drive up there, and I'm going to be going, I don't know if I can do this. I'm getting really nervous. And I'm going to go out there. I'm like, yeah, I can't do this. I could turn around and come back right there at the gate and go, yeah. See, I almost feel like I'd rather take a class first. You know, like, work with people, do this. I'm just this guy coming off the street who's never done any kind of acting. And, you know, I don't really have a support framework. I don't have people around me who are like, hey, man, you should do this. Or, you know, I don't have anything like that. And I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from myself. So I got a week. We'll see how well I do at getting the monologue down. I got to do the monologue. I got to feel comfortable with how I'm doing it. I'll probably have to read it a half dozen times. And so, you know, we'll see. I'll have to read it a bunch of times. I have to get comfortable with it. And ultimately, it's going to come down to, I don't even know if I'm going to memorize it. I'll probably read it enough times that I start memorizing it. But they say you don't have to. But you do have to do it on the stage. So I don't mind the stage part, I think. But I feel like I could start breaking out in a sweat and falling apart. It's, I don't know. I should show up early if I can. I don't know. Maybe they won't even let me go in early. I don't know. Go in early and watch other people do it. And then that might be worse. Mine is at 8:45, mind you. So I'm like one of the last people, if not the last person to try out. So basically I follow all the experts. All the people who deserve the parts. I'll be that guy who comes in and goes, hey, you don't know me. I don't know you. I know nothing about this. And here I go. And off we go. To be or not. I know, a totally different play. But, you know. So that way, that's my acting career so far. We're not there yet. All right, so I have to change this thing. All right, so we're gonna go back to projects. You can create a new project with a desired process. So we're gonna go new project. We're gonna try it again. We're gonna go UCL, and I'm just gonna take dash and then Blazor. We're not gonna actually put any kind of spaces in there. UCL. All right. Ultimate Community Ladder Blazor Web Application and .NET 8 implementation. Blazor, UCL. Alright, let's see what that does. Will it work? It might complain because it thinks this name is the same. Oh no, okay, it didn't. Alright, so wait a minute. Did I not, oh, did I mess it up already? I did. Gosh dang it. Messed it up already. Boo me. Alright, what the heck? What did I do? How do I delete this? Storage, repository, teams, overview, add administrator. Delete, here we go. To confirm action, please type UCL Blazor. Yeah. Copy, paste, delete. I haven't decided on the character. You have to decide who you want to do. You got to pick one of the monologues. I thought about doing Aegeus. Aegeus is the father of uh, Hermina, Hermia. Um, it's a smaller part, but he's got one monologue, one significant monologue at the beginning. And so if I did that, basically I will have already done all my part. There's like 5 lines after that. Um, I thought about trying somebody a little bit more meaty, who's got parts throughout the entire play. I mean, it's interesting. This play, Midsummer's Night Dream, there's like 2 things going on. I mean, like they feel like I listened to the play and I read I read through most of it, and it's like there's these 2 things that are like totally unrelated. It's like there's the whole Hermia and Lysander and Demetrius love triangle thing going on. It's got Helena in there, and there's this whole thing with the fairies who try to make them fall in love with each other, and there's that whole thing. But also they put this thing in there. It's like there's this play going on that some other group of people, totally different actors and people involved. And I'm like, how is that related to the original story? But it's like after they introduce all the characters in their little love triangle, they go through and they introduce all these characters who are going to do this play. And then they go through and they do some more of the story about the love triangle, and everybody gets the they get drugged and and they fall in love with the wrong people, and all kinds of weird funny stuff happens, I guess. And then at the end, after all that's resolved, they do the play that those other people were doing. They do this like little play. It's like a play within a play. And then the story ends. I'm like, what does the play have to do with the other thing? It's like they're not the same people, not the same actors. I don't understand how those are connected. It's just like Shakespeare was like, I want to do a play within a play, but there's not enough story there, so let's do this other thing and intertwine them. It's like, okay, I'm not exactly sure what that is. So I gotta go to advanced. So I want this to be Scrum. Still gonna use Git. That's fine. And we're gonna go. All right, let's try this again. UCL dash Blazor, and it's Ultimate Community Ladder dash Blazor Web Application and .NET 8 implementation. Okay, now that I can do. Let's try that one. Create. Because you apparently cannot change what you've done. And I've only got one thing in there. I'm okay with not having it. Export work items. Okay, I can export my work item, I guess. So we'll go here. Let's go back here. Click on this guy. And then we're going to go to my boards and my work items. Boards. You can have multiple boards. I don't know what the other boards would be, though. Wait, what is this one? Oh, wrong one. I thought I went to this one, but apparently it's this one I meant to be at. We go to boards. Then we're going to go here, and how do I export this? Export work on. Use tools like Excel, open the Azure Devops, go to board, and then work items. Use the query feature to feature. Oh, I don't want to. It's not worth doing all that for one thing. Boo! I don't care about it that much. Let's just get rid of that. I can get rid of that whole project. Go here. I can go to project. Go down here. Hit delete. I am getting rid of the right one, correct? It says Agile. Yep. Delete. UCL dash place. Delete. Okay, so we don't need that one. So yeah, don't feel too bad. I never told anybody about that thing. All right, I'm gonna grunt for a minute. Oh boy, here it goes. I let my back once again relax. After stressing it out, I got to straighten it out again. Here we go. I should ice it. I have only iced it once today. In fact, I'm gonna go get the ice. Hold on a second. As soon as I can get myself out of this chair. Yeah. Yeah, I strained it. Okay, be right back. Wow, really? What's the name of the game? What kind of RPG is that hard? Is it like is it an RPG, or is it like what do you call it? Like Diablo? Diablo's kind of RPG-esque, but it's hard because, you know, you can be getting killed all the time if things get really hard. But is it actually an RPG like Baldur's Gate, or something where you're actually what is the one that I played? I found really difficult that I have to probably restart if I want to continue on. There was one like that I played recently. Oh, Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, do I have that one? No, I think my son's been playing that one. I know. I think he's the one who's been playing Darkest Dungeon. Holy cow! That's really cold. I put it under my shirt. Alexa, set timer for 20 minutes.
20 minutes, starting now.
Whoa. That's really cold. I put it on after I ran this morning, and it wasn't nearly as cold back then. I'm trying to get I'm trying to get used to it so that I could set it against the chair, push it against my back. Ha. Then I can sit forward. Then I can sit. Ha. Ha. It's so cold. Okay. Ah! Ah! Yikes. I usually don't, well, no, that's not true. I prefer it directly on my skin. I find that if it's under a t-shirt, I don't feel it as much. And then it's like, well, it's not doing its job. Now, if it's too cold, you can actually, what do you call it, burn your skin. From what I'm told. I've never done it, but people have said that they've done that. So I don't know how cold their freezers are, but I have never done it with my ice packs. And it could be that they're putting actual ice, because ice might be too cold. I don't know. It probably depends on the ice pack and how you. God, this is craziness, man. Okay, I'm getting used to it. So my back is gonna go numb. Whoo. Yeah, I think my son actually is playing Darkest Dungeon, and I think he's actually told me it was pretty hard. Because I know either I've played it or he's played it, and I think it's him. The one you got me into, the one I'm thinking of. Oh man. So whatever one I was thinking of, I don't know. It's dark something. Dark something. What is my, I know I'm getting distracted again, but that's right. That's what I do. Not Endless Dungeon. Endless Dungeon, I did not like Endless Dungeon. I couldn't get myself into it. That's one where you just keep going in, and it just gets further and further, and it's just harder and harder, and I don't know. I didn't like it. It was just too repetitive for me. Yeah, I don't know. Well, like I said, I'm unemployed right now, so I'm not buying anything. don't buy games anymore. And I'm in the middle of so many games and so many things. Like, I haven't even finished Baldur's Gate 3, which I really like, and I want to finish it. I want to get farther. Midnight Suns, I got to finish that one at least, because I really like that one too. I really like the play on that. So it's hard to pick up a new game right now. I just got too much, especially since I'm also doing Watcher of Realms and Snap. I gotta beat something. And unfortunately, Watcher of Realms and Snap, you don't beat. You never beat those games. So they just take your time. So until you get bored of them, and then they don't take your time anymore, I guess. All right, so let's create another new project here. Fix my React one as well. UCL React Next.js Ultimate Community Ladder. We'll call it JavaScript implementation. Implementation. Okay, we'll go here. Change this to Scrum. I don't even know what CMMI. I never even heard of CMMI. That's weird. What is basic? Waterfall? Okay. Probably should have taken ibuprofen too. I did that yesterday, but I haven't taken any today. All right, so where are we? Let's go back to my projects. I can get rid of this one, which I'm pretty sure if I go here, it's going to say Agile. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to say delete. Copy this, paste, delete. And then we're going to go back over to my Blazor app. Wait, what? Okay, back over to my Blazor app. Then I'm gonna go check my settings, make sure I got everything on that I want. Everything's on. Okay. Now, I don't know. Can I have my repo? Can I pull a repo from Git? I mean, these are Git repos, but they're just Git repos. They're not like clone to your computer. Generate Git credentials. Having a problem authenticating Git? I already have clone in VS Code. Generate Git credentials. What? Clone your computer. No, don't want that. How can I be sure to get the latest version of Git for Windows, or just plug in Intel or Android Studio or Windows command line? Copy the password now. We don't store it. No, it's not what I want. I don't even know if it's possible to do what I'm thinking I want. Push an existing repository from command line. Import a repository. Let's do that one. There you go. Now, if you import a repository, it's not linked, right? So it's not synchronized. I'm not sure. if I import a Git repo into Azure DevOps, so I'm not sure if I want to do. Do I want to do both? I mean, maybe I don't use it. I have to if I want to use like all of the functionality in here, huh? Like the building and the pull requests and all that stuff. If I import a Git repo into Azure DevOps. All right, let's try this. How do I use my Git repos in my Azure DevOps applications? Navigate to pipelines, go to pipelines, in your Azure DevOps projects, create a new pipeline, click on new pipeline, select Azure repos Git as a source of your pipeline, choose the repository you want to use, configure pipeline, save and run pipeline, integrating Git repositories and release pipelines. On release pipelines. Collaborating using Git repositories. Using Git repositories with Azure Board. So really you do have to import them. Create or clone Git repositories in Azure DevOps. So really you are, so I cannot access my Git repos in Git, for example. Is it possible to access my Azure Git repos, Azure DevOps Git repos in GitHub? Oh, okay. Let's try something like that. You can set up GitHub actions to periodically synchronize your Azure DevOps repository with a GitHub repository. Create a GitHub repository. Create a new repository on GitHub where you want to mirror your Azure DevOps repository. Create a personal access token in your Azure DevOps. In Azure DevOps, navigate to user settings, personal access tokens, create a new token with appropriate scopes and secrets to GitHub repository. Add to your GitHub repository, navigate to settings, secrets and variables actions, add the, oh, well that might be good because I think I kind of want to have some stuff available in my GitHub, right? So I want to be able to do all the stuff in Azure DevOps, but I kind of like to have my GitHub synchronizing and keeping that together. So I kind of like that idea. But I'll do everything in Azure DevOps. And in theory, I could actually even sync and I don't know. I don't think you can synchronize both ways, but it probably navigate to settings, secrets, and add a necessary secrets, create GitHub flow, workflows, add a workflow YAML, sync repos.yaml with the following content, sync Azure DevOps repo to GitHub. Check out GitHub repo, action, clone Azure DevOps repository, run. Push changes to GitHub. You can manually mirror your Azure DevOps repository to GitHub using Git commands. Use third party. Use Azure DevOps to GitHub service hooks. Create a service hook in Azure DevOps. Go to your Azure DevOps project, navigate to project settings, service hooks, create a new subscription with GitHub as the endpoint, configure the trigger to synchronize when changes occur. Oh, I like that one. That one sounds good. Configure GitHub's webhooks. No, I like that one. So how does it say? Go to your Azure DevOps project. Okay. I'm in my Azure DevOps project. Navigate to project settings. So I'll go here. Service hooks. Integrate with your favorite services. Add webhook. Add a webhook to listen for events from Azure Devops. Create a new subscription with GitHub as the endpoint. Apparently not a normal option. I like method 4. How do I create the service hook? Probably getting way off topic, huh? Maybe I should go back and do what I'm supposed to be doing for this stream. And then I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. Let's go to my projects here. Back to my project, and where is my... You know what this didn't do? Is it didn't stop the clock for me. Kind of like, it's weird. It's like I have to start it with this thing or it doesn't work right. If I start it from here, it doesn't fire the Pomodoro. I am totally messing up on Pomodoro time today. I'm telling you that right now. Okay. So now we're going to go back to my work items here. We're going to create a PBI. I think I'm just going to avoid epics and features for now, because it might be a little too deep for what I'm trying to accomplish here. So we're going to go here. We're going to go create service hook to sync with GitHub. Look up how to synchronize code with GitHub. I kind of want my code in two places because I'm still wary of Azure becoming problematic. You know, cost. Sync and code changes. That would be all good for me to figure out, so let's do this. Alright, so now we're going to go back to my work items, and then I have to figure out a new, put another new work item. We'll do this, and then we're going to go here, and we're going to say implement and apply web auth Web API. Two pages. And application. And create login related pages and apply to account and login text once I can use cookie to store token. All right, so we'll go back to work items. So the thing I'm trying to work on now, these are all assigned to me, by the way. I should probably just have these default to me. If there's a way to set these to default, probably should always just be me. Am I even a character in this? Does it actually have me as a user? Oh, it does. Okay, cool. So there's only me, but I mean, it seems kind of silly not to have somebody assigned. All right, back to tasks. All right, so we're going to go here. This is just a PBI. It's not necessarily connected to any particular feature, but we're going to go new work item, and we're going to create a product backlog item. Now this is the little piece that you would do. So in this case, I would do something like update login to login link to log out when user is logged in already. Link should allow user to log out of application when instead of logging in. Just take user to home page when clicked. Alexa, stop. All right, I gotta go put my ice back in the freezer for later. Hoo-wah. Yeah. Oh, my back is frozen. All right, gotta decompress. I tell you, man, back injuries suck. Like I said, I think I did it. I think my attempts at handstands did it to me. Too much arching when I'm trying to do my handstands where I don't stand, where I'm not straight up and down. Therefore, when I bring one leg back, I'm doing this bit. And, whew. Holy McMolians, that's not a comfortable feeling, that's for sure. All right, let's get a drink. all I, you know, no, this is my last Kickstarter. I've only got power drinks now. I like Ghost and I like what I call monsters that I have in here, but I don't want to always be drinking those. It's like I try to drink those on weekends. They're kind of like my caffeine boosts on Friday night, Saturday. But I need to have some weaker ones like Kickstarts. All right, fine. I'll save that one. We're going with Ghost. Sour green apple. Some people say, you know, those aren't good for you. Yeah, they're probably not. But you know what? Caffeine doesn't affect me that much. I mean, it does. It helps me to stay sharp or stay awake. But also, I like carbonated drinks. And I get the ones that are zero calories. So whatever the fake sugar is. I've got, so there's, I don't like the ones that have like 200 and bajillion calories. Oh, this is 10 calories. But, you know, it's got brain stuff in it too, I think, you know. 150 milligrams of alpha GPC, whatever the heck that is. It's got 200 milligrams of natural caffeine, 100 milligrams of neurofactor. I guess that's for your brain. 1,000 milligrams of carnipure carnitine. Is that meat? 100% of daily vitamins. Oh, no, I say 5 daily vitamins. Which ones are they giving you 100% of? Niacin. Oops, I probably should drink some of those. Pretty full. I'm pouring it down my leg. Niacin and some other stuff. Vitamin B, you know, brain stuff. So now I'm smarter because I'm drinking it. So if the fake sugar in it doesn't kill me, I'll be smarter for it. Okay. 3 o'clock. I've got about an hour and a half. Approved. Well, prove it. Now, when logged in, login link on nav menu will change to log out. When clicked, link will what? Log user out and delete cookie. Delete cookie. Holding token. I guess the question is, in this case, is what is logged out? Because there's really not a log out, right? There's register, log in. I mean, I would imagine just deleting the cookie. But I may have to create a log out process, you know, where it takes them out and makes the cookie invalid. You're going to invalidate the cookie because you can validate the token, but there's not really a log out step. At least I don't have one. So, yeah, we may have to figure that out. what is the effort on this one? Knowing me, it's actually quite big. But we'll put it in as a, I think I can do that in a 3. Now, okay, I do the naughty, okay, when it comes to effort. They say effort has nothing to do with time. My brain doesn't work that way. Effort is a direct relationship to time. If it's hard, it takes long. If it's not hard, it doesn't take long. Now, yes, there are hard items that take more time than other hard items. And there's probably easy items that take longer than other easy items. So I guess, but to me, it's like, if I have a hard item that takes 5 hours, it's the same thing as an easy item that takes 5 hours. The difference is the easy item, I'm getting more done. So they're trying to say it's about effort. Like, I mean, what is a hard item versus an easy item when it comes to development, right? It's how to make it, how to do it, right? So if it's easy, it's something you know how to do and you can just type it out, but it's going to take some time if it's harder or if it's got more effort. If you don't know how to do it, you're guessing on the effort, right? Because if you say, oh, wow, that shouldn't be hard. I think I can do this in a 3, but then you find out it's a 5 because it took you too much effort. It was hard. So to me, what are the likelihood of it? Effort is the likelihood of it going longer. So if I say something hard is a 3, then it is really a minor thing to figure out. Like, I have no idea how to do this, but once I do, it's going to take me 2 seconds. It's like, how do I put a heading on my page? I have no idea. It's hard because I have no idea. You know, I mean, I do know how, but I'm just saying, if I didn't know how to do that. But once you do it, you're going to go in there and it's going to be like, oh, it's just put in a div and a header and type and you're done. Page header done. Effort done. That was a hard item because you didn't know what it was. You didn't know if there was any gotchas in there. But it was easy. Okay. An easy item is, I know how to write this page with all of the sectors and a table, and I can do all that. It'd take me, half a day. That's easy. I can get that done in a 2. But it's going to be a lot more code, a lot more stuff. It's easy. It's just going to take some time. And then you got to validate it, make sure it works. That's easy. But to me, they're the same. And to me, they're going to take similar amount of time, possibly, right? So one take you 2 hours, one takes you 2 hours. 2 hours, maybe it's an hour to figure it out, 5 minutes to write. The other one takes 2 hours to write. So still 2 hours. It's just more stuff. So I don't know. I have a hard time with the concept of it's not about time. And don't connect it to time. I always connect it to time, and it works for me. Because I figured that's what it's going to be in my effort to get it done. So I don't feel there's such thing as a hard one. There is no hard one. There's maybe an easy one. A hard 2 is less likely, even so. So hards would start at 3 probably. Easies could be a 1, 2, or 3, or 5, or 8, just depending on how big the thing is. And sometimes, a 5 or an 8. Okay, now the numbers, I don't know if you know what this is. Fibonacci scale is what effort's supposed to be written in. It's supposed to be written in Fibonacci, which is 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13? I don't know, but whatever it is. It's basically, they're the numbers that, what do you call it? They're prime numbers, right? No, they're not even prime numbers. They're like numbers that can't be. It's like 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 3 is 8, 8 plus 5 is 13, that kind of thing. So it's always the 2 numbers previously added to it. I think that's what it is. So that's how I think of 0 plus 1 is 1. So I don't know how you get to 2. Is it 1 plus 1? Just add that number twice? But then it's 2 plus 1, and then 2 plus 3, and 5 plus 3, and 5, and 8 plus 5, like that. That's the Fibonacci scale. I don't know why you can get to 2. It's like you're duplicating the 1. For the 2, we'll go 1 plus 1. But, yeah. You would never get to anything if you had to stop at 1, right? It's kind of like 0 is in there. 0 is not a thing, so it starts off as 1 and then 2. You just start counting normally until you have to add the ones before it. So it's 1 plus 2 is 3. Anyway, that's what it's supposed to be. So my experience has been an 8 is going to take you 2 weeks. Based on, well, actually that's not true. An 8 will take you 2 weeks based on the way the world works at most companies. Because they all have meetings upon meetings upon meetings, and then you have, you know, all the distractions of the day, and then you got what you have head down time. To me, an 8 is somewhere upwards of 40 plus hours, which is only a week if you're just heads down coding. But really, it's most people don't get a head down code for 40 hours, and most people only get about 6 hours a day. So 6 times 5 is 30 hours. So you got 10 more hours for the following week. Plus, that's 2 hours a day, and that's assuming meetings. So if you're 6 hours a day of heads down coding is possible with no distractions, because people will get distracted. You got a lunch break. You got your normal breaks. You got people tapping you on the shoulder. You got various little interferences. So you get 6 hours, and then you throw in meeting times. Meetings are typically an average of an hour a day. So you're down to 5. So now you got 5 times 5 is 25, and then you got the following week 25 more. That's 50. And 8 is pretty much in there. 13 is crazy because it's like 30 more hours, and you're not going to be able to squeeze that in there. So you usually an 8 is your whole sprint. And then some meetings, some companies, like my last company, we were doing more than an hour a day in meetings. It was just sad. You do 30 minutes in the morning, and then you had these 2 and 3 hour meetings during the week, multiples, and then you had normal meetings that didn't have nothing to do with your Scrum, and you had one-on-ones with people, and you had meetings with the customer. You just had meetings all the time. This is why I say Agile's dumb. You spend so much time planning, you don't actually do as much work. It was crazy. All right. That's my rant for the moment. I say for the moment because odds are I will rant about it more in the future if it's brought up. And I will probably bring it up. So, okay, so we're there. So we got our board. We have our work item. We have implement the API. These are all things that are going to have to be done, copied, duplicated, whatever you want to call it, in my... oh yeah, we got to put this in. I'm going to go here. I'm going to set a parent. I'm going to add a related item, existing item. And we want it to be a... Can I look it up even? I probably can't even look it up. It's probably... Look at that. It's number 1. Wow. Product backlog item. Create service hook. Implement. Here we go. It's going to be the feature. Okay. And no, this is a parent. Oops. Feature. Okay. Okay, so we got this parent item. Now we can do this item. Now, I could do some TDD. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know how. I've used TDD. I know what TDD is. I know how it's been implemented in other projects. But in my project, so that's another thing, right? So I got to go to my work items. Oops, cancel. Hit save. Hit save first, Ken. Don't lose your stuff. We're going to go to my board, my work items here. We're going to go, oops, work items. Oh, work items. Going to add work item, new work item. It's going to be, is that a product backlog? It's kind of big. That might be a feature. Let's go feature. We're going to say implement automated unit testing. Set up and plug in TDD for use in our application. And we're going to say it's approved because of course it's approved. I hereby approve it. Oh, wait. I guess. Oh. Oh, it's assigned to me, of course. Of course. Of course, of course. I haven't started it yet. Probably should. Effort on that's going to be pretty big, but I don't like efforting features because that's stupid. It's too big of an item to implement. So PBI. So let's. So here's the thing. When I implement TDD, and I get it plugged, basically I got to get it plugged in, get it set up. It might even be a simple thing, but like, it might be something like go in here and go, all right, can I create a new child item? Open, email, copy, open select items and query. Nope, guess not. Kind of hoped you could, but you can't, so we'll go here. We're going to do something like along the lines of, I should probably change my title name on this because I've been spending a lot of time on this and probably is no longer what it is. I mean, I will do that other stuff, but for now, I'm going to change this. We're going to say set up Azure Devops for use with Blazor. With UCL Applications. Somebody's going to go, what the heck are UCL applications? Well, I'm glad you didn't ask, or I'm glad you asked when you ask. It's the ultimate community ladder. All right, so this is going to be a PBI with a parent. That is my implement unit testing. Say OK. And we're going to approve it. Oh, we can't approve it because it's not saved yet. We're going to go. Oh, it's time for me to take a break. Hey, what can I do for a break? What's a 5-minute break that's reasonable to actually implement my. I'm trying to use my Pomodoro timer thing, my bobber here. So if I click on this. Now you can see it says, what do you, I don't know, where'd it go? It says, did it just stop? It just stops the clock? What does it do? I mean, I guess. 2:43, it can't be. Where did it go? It set the timer, but where is that timer at? I don't know. Do I have to, where did it put it? Using track on your phone, download your app. I don't know where the heck. I don't know where it went. Blazor auth API. I don't know. It went somewhere. Can I got 4 items here. Oh, there we go. So it did stop it. That's interesting because it doesn't show you, it's not a true Pomodoro. Pomodoro would start a clock for a 5-minute break, right? So now I got to like what, start a break time? How do I do that? This doesn't like show me a break time. It goes 25 minutes. Hey, take a break. But what do I do now? It's like, how do I stop? How do I go again? All right, Alexa, set timer for 5 minutes. All right, I'm going to distract myself for 5 minutes. It's game time for 5 minutes. Yeah, woohoo. All right, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of something to waste my time on for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is a really poor break time, to be honest. So this is a 5-minute detour just to get my brain onto something else. I will come back to that. So normally what you do during a break time, if you're at work, you probably wouldn't open up a game. I mean, you could. Some companies probably be all right with it, as long as you get back to work right away. But some companies probably not so much. In which case, you usually use it for things like, check your emails, call back your wife that's been texting you for the last 20 minutes. Then, You know, find out what's going on in the world, and then you get back to work. 5 minutes is a pretty small break time, though. You can't accomplish much. I will say that. So it's a really small window. It's 3:16. Alexa, set timer for 4 minutes.
4 minutes, starting now.
So I got 4 minutes of what I can do because I've already wasted a bunch of it. Probably even down to 3 minutes because time is short. And so now I'm just gonna go ahead and do a couple things here. Hey, I must have got a skill crystal somehow. So there's a few guys that can probably be upgraded. So she can go max on that. She can get stronger. Oh, this girl is so good. I gotta say, she is so good. During the ultimate, every 8 times of damage dealt to the same target inflicts stun. So you're doing more damage and 110, so it'll be 115% damage. And this one adds another 5%, deals 70% magic damage to one enemy. If the target is not blocked by the hero, deals an additional 20. So it'd basically be 90 out. It's an additional 20% damage 2 times. See, when she is not blocking a guy, she's brutal, man. That's why it's good to have a guy in front of her. It keeps her from blocking people. And then she's got the stun. Helga is the boss, man. She is brutal. So I'm going to go ahead and random upgrade this. Man, I need more of these crystals, though. They're so hard to get. So very hard. All right. So I got me an extra 5% on my magic basic attack. It's not much, but hey, every little bit counts, especially when you start getting that magic attack up. So what I also need to do is upgrade some items. That's always part of it. Man, those skill crystals are hard to come by. Oh, these guys are maxed out on their skills. I would think some of these guys could upgrade on skills. I should have some epic. Man, how much dust do I have? I don't have that much dust. Jeez. Wow, I didn't get much at all. So hard to get dust in this game. Bummer. Okay. What have I got? Any new items? Attack bonus. That one's attack bonus. Let's go ahead and enhance that one. I just need to enhance. I'm kind of low on cash. I'm not going to get very far. Ugh. That's pretty crappy. Yeah, let's get rid of that. So hard, so hard, so hard. Okay, so we got that done. We got that done. Got my idle rewards. Let's go ahead and collect that. I'm basically just knocking out my daily junk with this. There's not much. Got my arenas, got my summons. Oh, I haven't done. What if I think I have to do this. So let's go do my nightmare. Claim my rewards. Got me whatever that is. What is that? Oh, that's an ancient or a legendary. Nice. That's good. You don't get many of the legendaries are hard to come by. They're almost as hard as the ancient ones, to be honest. So I just gave 5% to one of my strongest guys. She does a lot of damage here. She's very brutal to this guy. And last few times I've done this, I have actually hit 20. You need to get 2100 to max this out. I got as much as 20,050. 20,053 or something. That's the most I've hit so far. I have not hit 2100. So I'm close. Now, some people would say I'm missing somebody because right now I don't have Laurel in here, and apparently Laurel is like really good here. I don't know that my Laurel is up to the task. She dies a lot. But it's quite possible there's better guys. Like I could maybe even be using Hollow, which I don't have Hollow in here. And Hollow might even be better. But, oh, Alexa, cancel. That's my 4 minutes. Can you believe it? My 4 minutes is up already. I have to get back to work. So we'll let this play out. Let's see if I can break the 2100, and then I will see. 4 minutes is a ridiculously small amount of time. I'm telling you, it's so small. All right, let's see. He just killed a bunch of guys. I'm at 1940. Trying to see if I can break the 2000 zone again. There's 2000. So remember, 2100 is the goal amount. 29, 30. Oh, my main girl's dead. 2050. 2055. Did not make it. I am so close. It's 2100. I only need 45 more. So it's quite possible if I figure out the, maybe I try Hollow or um, Laurel in here. Maybe they can push me over the edge. Then there's this thing, which I have, you have to hit 800 just to get the minimum. And I can only get to like 600, 700. I don't even think I broke 700 yet. So I'm still doing the normal. At least to get this 5-star. I mean, there's some good stuff in here. But like, if you can get to this max reward, look at all the stuff you have potential of getting. It's not a sure thing, but it's some good potential. Now, what I'm getting here is decent. So Nightmare 1. Let's go back here. Auto fight. We'll do this. It only takes a minute. It's 5 minutes at 3 times. So what is a third of? So about a minute and a half. Not even 2 minutes to finish this. But yeah, all right. Let's get back to work. Let's go start my timer. Do another 25 minutes. We'll let that run out, and then I'll just minimize it out of the way. Okay, so we're going to go back to my. You know, I have this. I could probably just put this in my window here. And we'll just say go. With another 25-minute one. So it vanishes. I don't know why, but I guess I could always just click on this and pop it back up. But it's weird. All right, so let's go back to my application that I'm trying to get all this stuff plugged into, which is here. We're going to go, where was I? Azure Devops. Nope, because that's not it. Nope, that's not it either. That's the one. Okay. This one was me. It's a UCL Blazor. I've already connected it to my automated unit testing. Okay, so this is going to be a product backlog item. So I want to put a unit test in here. Now I don't know how. Let's actually call this one install slash setup unit. Let's just go with MS Test, right? MS Test is cheap. It's free. I don't know who else uses. I mean, other people use stuff, but on here, MS Test. Our setup MS Test for use setup MS Test as TDD. Yeah, close enough. And of course it's approved. Nope, can't say that yet. Install needed packages and set up for first test implementation on server side. Effort on this. What do I think the effort on this? I think that's probably a 3 as well. I think it's okay. So here's my theory on. I go by 5 hours. 1 is a 5 hours or less. 2 is 10 hours or less. 3 is 15 hours or less. 5 is 25 hours or less. Because it's a bigger thing. And the gaps get bigger, right? Because it does actually get more, there's more gray zone. You're working with things that start having more and more gray in them. And then you have your 13s, which are basically 40 hours or less in my mind. Which means, yes, theoretically, if your head's down, you could do 2 13s in a sprint, but probably not going to happen. If you can do 26 points in a sprint, you are a miracle worker. Stuff happens, man. Nobody gets that much work done. In general, 8 points in a sprint is actually pretty good. Though, it much depends on your work and how much time you have to actually work. Work on your work. Okay, so that's good enough. I think we have a few items to play with, items that I wanted to work with. And so first of all, we are going to go into my login, logout link. Can I sort these somehow? That works for me. I like columns, import, recycle. Is there like, Recently updated? No. Let's sort by. Well, assigned to me can be any good. Mentioned following? Nope, none of those are good. I don't like any of those sorts. Those sorts suck. um, oh, okay. So all these are approved. I'm gonna go in here and say approved. Approved. Save. We're gonna go. Of course, it's approved. I don't know if these ones. Can you approve the? I will say in progress. Well, I haven't implemented that yet, but I should. I should probably put that in right away. Let's go ahead and say this one is started because this is most definitely underway. That's not started yet. Create service hook to sync with GitHub. That one's approved, but it's not started yet. So by the way, there's approved and there's committed. Approved means approved means we're ready to go with it. We know what it is. We know how to get that going. Synced mean, or it's not synced. Committed is when you actually start it's on your board. You're working with it now. You're saying, yep, we're on it. So when the business, myself and I ask me, are you ready? And me goes, yeah, we're on it, man. And myself and I are like, good job. We'll be waiting for the results. So, but this one is not in progress. Okay, so we're good. What I do want to do is figure out how to sort these. Is there any way to like group them, sort them? Can I do it by feature? Try the new boards hub. What is this? Whoa. Preview features. All right. My Microsoft account switch where I sign in with nope. Is it this thing? Preview features. Pull request summary, experimental themes, new artifacts, experience. Enable the updated artifacts, UI experience. New board hubs. Enables new web platform board hubs. All right, let's turn that on because I just want to see what it is. I like looking at new stuff. New service connection experience. All right. A lot of that's already on. So what? Did that do anything? Huh. I don't know. If your issue is blocking, you disable preview by following these. I don't know what I did. Did it change anything? Does it look different? Don't look different to me. How can I know there's a way to do this so that you can group by, items. Like, you can expand. Huh. Open inquiries? Completed work. Enter full screen mode. Hide filters. View options. Huh. Column options? Add column. Effort. Where is it? Oh, it's probably way at the end. I want this over here. Can I, wait. Column options. We're gonna put this. Oh, Martins, hey. What you want to do? Oh, I am just setting up my project in Azure Devops actually. ID, title, assigned to. Oh, what I was trying to do, what I want to do, I don't even need my assigned. Let's put that down. I don't know. All this stuff is probably irrelevant. How about activity date? Things that might matter to me, because I am all these people, so I don't really need I don't need all these things. But yeah, no. What I was trying to figure out how to do, there's a way, because I've to group it by feature. So like you would just click a little drop down box and it'll show you the items under the feature. But I don't see that option here. Like normally you would be going, like you could click a little drop down and all. It's like some of these items are underneath my auth API. Like this item is underneath that item. But as you can see, they're just showing up as items. They're not even grouped. So there's a way. I just haven't figured. I don't know how to do it. I've seen it done. I know it's possible. Following mentioned. Following mentioned my activity. Opening queries, column options. Nope. All right, let's go see what ChatGPT says. Chat, hey buddy, man, I need your help again. I need your help. All right, so not in work items tab. Oh, do I need to go to the boards or backlogs? I probably need to go to backlogs, huh? Okay, so backlogs at least brings it down to just the work items. That's cool. But still doesn't expand by the feature. Boards? Oh no, boards is where I set up my individual tasks. Let's go here. Oh, features. Maybe that's the one. Ah, there you go. Features. There you go. Wait. Wait. I got it, man. It's under features on the backlogs tab. So at least there I can see my feature. And I could just click on it and go, okay, I want to work with my web API stuff. And I go here and I go click. I only have one item in it because I'm slowly adding things. And as I think of things, I want this available. So once I get it going, I will come in here and enter it. I'll probably eventually have a bunch of stuff in here because as I start adding more and more and I get more ideas. And instead of saying, I eventually want to do X or I eventually want to do Y, I just want to go in here and add it. And then maybe I'll schedule it. I don't know if I'll schedule it, but I got to add things in here as they come. And most of the time when I add things, I have to add two. I'll have to add one to Razor or to my React app and to my Blazor app so that when I do something, I know to go add it to the other one as well. And it's going to be, like I said, I'm going to be learning two code bases at once. Oh, that was one thing I wanted to do too. I did add. Oh, what about the items that aren't in a feature? They won't show up here, huh? I have an item that's not in a feature, but it won't show up on this thing. So if I go backlog items, this will show it. This service hook guy. He's an unattached. Button on the right side of buttons shows parents. Oh, that's cool. You can add a task right here. That's cool. So boards on the work items. Button on the right side. Buttons on the right side of buttons. Button on the right side of buttons show parents. I don't know if I understand what you're saying there. So if I go to features, almost. Add product backlog item or a bug. The small button. on the right side. Create query email. Column options. Add a column, add a roll-up column. What does that one do? From quick list, configure custom roll-up. New work item. We can do this. It's all right. I think I have what I need, man. I probably don't need, because this is, if I go to features, it's showing me what I want. That's kind of what I was looking at, how to get my PBIs to show up underneath my features. And there's really not, I mean, I don't know what else I need. Like I said, I haven't even gotten that much in here yet, so it's not. Ow, man, stupid back. Ugh. All right, so I think I've kind of got it. The only thing I would think of, you know, I don't have things like Sprint set up yet, although I would like to be able to schedule stuff. No, I'm not using Agile. I'm using Scrum, which is the developer version of Agile. I looked it up. I was like, what's the difference between Agile and Scrum? Scrum is for like actual getting work done, and Agile is the bigger picture of getting things organized, prepped, sorted, set up. I don't know how you want to call it. But basically, Scrum is like a smaller version. And when you run Agile, there's Scrum. Or there's, there's user stories. But user stories don't exist in Scrum. And there you have PBIs. So PBIs and user stories, kind of the same, but it's just about the nomenclature, really. So it's really PBIs. So in this case, I go to backlog items. And then here I got all of my, so these are my user stories, essentially. PBIs are the user stories. But there's not any, I don't know, what's on here? Edit, assign to, copy link, move, change parent, move position, change parent, move team project, email, template, capture, new branch. But there's not really a button. Yeah, you know, I always thought Agile and Scrum are the same thing. I mean, they kind of are, but they have a slightly different implementation. So, and I didn't know that. I learned that today. I always thought they were like tomato kind of thing. It's more like big tomato and all the varieties of tomatoes. That's kind of what it is. That's almost right. Especially just, you know, that when I was at work, when I had my job, we were using Scrum, right? And Scrum and Agile in general is not a management tool. Its whole design and architecture is about helping teams to get work done. Yeah, it's a set of principles. Exactly. It's basically exactly what ChatGPT said. But management can't keep their hands off of it, and therefore they break the whole premise. They come in and they start assigning they start assigning their own perceptions of how work is to be done by way of utilizing what Agile and Scrum are doing, which screws up the whole premise of trying to be agile and flexible, and because they got to come in there and get their fingers in it. And they start looking at effort as the amount of work getting done, and they start looking at things, they start wanting to assign, okay, I break this rule myself, I assign hours to effort. I know, not supposed to do that. And I kind of went over that earlier in my, yeah. And management always, they'll look at all of the little charts and stuff that the Scrum manager or whoever's running the Scrum boards sets up, and they go, oh yeah, so and so. I mean, they don't say it out like that way, but when you have your one-on-ones with people, they determine that you're not getting much work done because your Scrum numbers are smaller than other people's work numbers. You're not getting as many points done. Why not? What is going on with you? What's your problem? I like the idea of Scrum. What I like about Scrum / Agile, and for my purposes, is I like the idea that you break it down into small bits that you can show that you're getting things done. I mean, you break it into small parts and get those done. Sometimes some parts are a little bit bigger than others, but overall, I like the idea that you can have evidence of completion of actually making progress, right? So when you do waterfall, there's no evidence of completion until you say, hey, I finished this app or this feature or whatever it is you worked on for waterfall. With Scrum, you can say, hey, I put the button on there. Hey, I plugged in the button. Hey, I did, you have all these pieces that are showing work, and it's for your own edification and that for the team to see things happening. The flower is blooming. But management comes in there and they go, oh, well, you put in 4 buttons and this guy put in 5 logic pieces and he got more done than you. Well, there might be some reasons why certain things didn't go in, and they don't see that, Yeah, as a solo dev, my idea here is I want to use the feature for the feature. I'm creating a piece of my app is the feature, right? So it's some key element. In this case, it's my authentication stuff. I'm putting the auth. I'm implementing auth. Oh yeah, no, yeah. The processes are the beauty. It's the pie in the sky, right? And then people come in and they just dig their hands into the pie and start making a mess out of it. It's like they just gotta, ew, I got the pie. It's like they just gotta mangle it. It's like, well, it looked good before they got a hold of it. But yeah, that's kind of what it is. But the premise of it is great. I like the idea of keeping everything small and bits, and you can check things off as you go, and you can actually say, hey, I've gotten these 20 things done. It doesn't matter if it took you 2 weeks or 5 days, but you can still check off a bunch of stuff, and you just feel like, I'm making progress. And I think it helps a person's mental state. But when management gets in there, they're counting those items. They don't care how difficult they were, how hard they were. They just see that they're getting done at different paces. And the whole effort bit is it's predictability. To me, it's like, it's not how hard, I was saying earlier, it's not how hard the effort is. It's like there's a 1 point hard and a 1 point easy. So that's what they're saying. The effort is how much time, they're saying it's not about time, but in reality it's about time. Because really there's no such thing as a 1 point hard. The only difference between a hard and an easy task is unknowns, right? I mean, can you implement it? Because there's some things that could be hard to one person and easy to another. So 2 people could say, well, this is a 1, and this person says it's a 3. It's because it's about difficulty. It's about the effort. And what my team always used to say is, well, base the effort on the lowest common denominator. If you have a new guy, comes into the business, knows bare minimum stuff, what is the effort for him to get this done? So you can't have this expert guy going in and rating the efforts on everything, because he knows how to do everything. All going to be with 2s and 3s and whatever. New guy comes in, it might be an 8 because he doesn't have no idea what he's doing. But it's about the effort going in. So they want to rate it to the lowest common denominator. And it's kind of hard because there's a huge difference between the lowest common denominator and the expert, right? So it's very, unless everybody is equally skilled, it's hard to rate these things based on effort. So I don't believe there's such thing. I don't think effort is a matter of hard and easy. It's about unknown. How much unknown is there, and how much can you be absolutely sure? So if you say something's a 1 in effort, but it's going to take you 5 hours to write it because it's big. You know, you have to write out a page that has a bunch of text, and you got to get all the text in there, and you got to format it, put the tables in, put all the pretty stuff in there. It's all easy stuff, but it takes time, and it's going to get it nice and clean and regularized. So if it's, you know, that might be kind of a small thing, because to me, a 1 is something you can do in half a day. That's a 1. A 2 is basically a day, maybe a little more than a day. A 3 is maybe 2 days. A 5 is like 5 days or 3 days. And it's like an 8 is like a week or sometimes a full sprint. And an 8 is big. And the problem is, even if it's easy, if you rate it an 8, that means there's a bunch of stuff in there and you don't know for sure. That becomes a lot more unknowns in there because it's huge, that maybe something messes something up, or you don't know if it's going to have, you know, links that work, and you're going to have all the bits and parts that are going to fully function. Even if you know, getting that all unit tested, maybe writing the TDD is going to make it take long, the tests. So yeah, it's challenging when you get to an 8. This is why 8s are pretty hard. I don't like 8s at a company, because there's just too many things that could stumble it. It's not refined enough. You could probably find a way to make it smaller. To me, a 5 is about as big as any one item should be. That doesn't mean you can't take on more items, but the idea is that it's got to be refined enough. There's a pretty good chance you can complete this without running into too many hiccups. But as soon as you start taking on 5s, you take on 2 5s in a sprint, you're gambling. You know, oh, it's break time, yay. This is true. That's exactly the thing. But it's, again, if they get assigned the task and you have an effort of 2 on it, the noob's not going to be able to get it done. It's not going to be an effort of 2 for him. And it kind of depends on what he's a noob at. If it's a code item and he's an expert at code, but he has no idea what the application looks like, maybe he finds it, with a little direction, he finds it and he's able to work it out quickly. But if he's like, if he's a noob, like he doesn't know code very well, he's kind of a new, he's just straight out of college, he's kind of green, he hasn't actually seen real code in progress, he may struggle with the code aspects of it, because, there's a big difference between book learning and actually doing. Oh yeah, no, you should never do high. I mean, but again, an expert's 3 might be a noob's 5 or an 8. That's all I'm saying. So you give a noob and an expectation of it taking longer for him, right? So you give him a couple of 3s and that's it. You're done. It's like that. He don't get no more for that week, because he's got to figure this stuff out, and he's working with 3s, maybe a 3, a 2, or a 3 and a few 1s, but whatever, you're giving him small amounts. Whereas an expert guy might be taking on 8 points worth of stuff, maybe 10, if he's just really fluid. So yeah, it's and management, again, should not be involved in Agile and Scrum. This should come down to the team, understanding who they have on their team, what the skill sets of their team is, and partitioning out work according to the team's experience, abilities, and knowledge. And when management gets in there, just, you're asking for trouble. Management should not be involved. Right. And yeah, it's all about, understanding who your team members are. And eventually, a noob should be able to get more done. Maybe an effort 3 starts looking more and more like a 3. But I personally, when I effort things, I effort them based on time, but based on my time. So yeah, it's not based on, I think anybody who does this can get it done in this time. That's based on my time. So I say if it's going to take me 3 hours, I'm looking at 15, or if it's a 3, I'm looking at about 15 hours of work, up to, that range, 10 to 15. But that could be that somebody else can get it done in 5 hours, or another person won't get it done for a week. So, and if they're streaming, it's going to take 3 times that. Like me. So, we got to put in the streaming modifier to throw it all off, because then they'll start talking about the value of this the effort levels and why it's rated at that. All right, I'm gonna take a break. No, I'm not leaving, but I'm gonna do what my ranty. I hope not. Now, ranting is a little bit rough. I mean, well, here I'm kind of ranting, but sometimes I get up. Call me tangent. That's more like it. I think I'm more likely to run off on a tangent. But because ranty means you're angry about it. And in some cases I am. I'm a little angry about the way management screws up Agile and Scrum. And some other things can get kind of screwed up, and I can rant about those items. But like when I messed up my back, and I told you about that earlier, that wasn't ranting. I was just explaining, but it was off on a tangent. It had nothing to do with my code. So call me tangent. Tangential. No, that's a whole different thing, I think. But okay, so when I say I'm gonna take a break, I'm trying to do Pomodoro. Wait a minute, maybe my talking counts as a break. Maybe I should end my break, because I totally wasn't doing my job there or doing my work. Okay, let's go back. Let's say that was my break. I'm gonna do 25 minutes. Focus. Thing is, when you're streaming, that's part of the task, right? When you're streaming, part of the task is the streaming. So I don't know. Does that count as part of my work? I am talking about the work, right? I mean, that's what it's all about. But all right, let's do another bit. I'm going to actually work on a task. All right, my first task I want to work on is the login logout link. Now that I've got my cookie, I'm going to call this committed because I'm actually working on it. I'm going to go work on it. Doo-doo. Save and close. And what I should probably do is change the name of the task I'm working on. Let's go ahead and change the name of this. We're going to say change login holy moly, login link according to log to log it's not letting me type to login state. There we go. It did not like me typing. Okay, so we're gonna go back over here. Now I have a login link here on my login page. No, not login page. It's on my nav menu. I think this is it. Blazor. Oh, must be main layout. Oh, it is nav menu. Oh, here it is. All right, so I have a login link, and it's way down here. Account login. Now that's the link it goes to. The name of it says login. The objective here is to figure out how I can change this login to say log out, update the link to say log out. So it'll be conditional based on the existence of being logged in. So I got to read my cookie. Yeah, I just kind of did that, as a matter of fact. When I was when I was in Azure Devops, apparently that's how I got off on the Agile Scrum discussion. I had to recreate my projects in DevOps because they were originally set up as Agile, which uses user stories instead of PBIs. And I was like, what the heck? What is a user story versus a PBI? So I went and looked at the difference, what the difference between Agile and Scrum, and so I had to recreate the project as using Scrum, because that's what uses my understand it and what I want to do. It's my nomenclature of choice. But I had to recreate those projects. Now that was easy because I had no tasks or anything, and I had one task in one of them. It wasn't a big deal. So I wasn't too worried about it. But it did get me off on the tangent of speaking of the Agile and Scrum problems. So now I got to set up, I probably should set up a middleware. Now I have not set up middleware at all in Blazor, so I have no idea how to set that up. But that's a new thing. But I feel like changing this logout login should not be more than a 3, which is 15 hours. It gives me 2 days to do it. I say it's 15 hours. I know, don't assign time to your things. That's how I assign time. I feel like it'd be something I can get done less than a day. In fact, I'd like to get it done less than an hour. And I feel like it's doable in less than an hour. I just gave myself a 3 because I don't know how to do it, because that's the unknown part. It makes it hard. It's a hard effort for something that's an easy task, I think. Okay, so we're going to ask, we're going to get some help from, okay, so how do I read a JWT token stored in a cookie in a Blazor web application? And then toggle, or then change a login link to a log. This is probably too generic. To log out link. To a log out link on my menu as below. Ba, 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 ba. I know in a React, all I did was put a condition in, but ultimately it's going to be about reading the cookie. The cookie, the token stored in the cookie is encrypted with a key. All right, let's see what this says. All right. Oh yeah, I didn't say I wanted to use middleware. I want to use middleware to do the cookie reading. I think I want my cookie, all of my auth stuff, if possible, to be handled in middleware, which is probably a redraw. Because now I've gone through and I've done all this stuff. My login page is doing all of this stuff. But I want my middleware to handle the cookie calls. The cookie calls. Let's see what this says. I may have to pull it out later. All right, create a service to handle JWT token decryption and validation. Create a JWT token service class. That works for me. The service will handle reading the JWT token from the cookie and decrypting it. I like that. See, that's almost like using the middleware. So we'll do that. What would I put that under? Is it a service? Pages? Utils? A util? Maybe that's a util, huh? JWT token service? I would say put, oh, services. There you go. Got services right there. Geez, I have some right there. Auth message sender options. All right, we'll put it in there. All right, so let's see what it says. I got to read it before I just go copying stuff. Let's see. We're going to do some usings, pulling some stuff in. JWT token service. HTTP configuration, claims principal. This is so different. Look at that. It allows nulls. Get principal from expired token if we are pulling from an expired token. Bearer token name, which I have. A token equals, all right. I don't even care. It's not an expired token, but it's kind of weird. Get principal from expired token, but we're not expired. I don't know why it has that. And this one is just a JWT token service. And that's the thing going to be decrypting it for me? Why does it think it's an expired token though? This service will handle reading the JWT token from the cookie, decrypting it, and checking if it's valid. All sounds good to me. Principal, oh, the validate token is right here. Okay, and there's my key. All right, sounds good. It looks very similar actually to what I did in my React application. So let's go here and we'll go add class. And we will call it, do I want to call it the JWT token service class? All right, we'll call it JWT. You know what? I'm just going to call it the Druid service class. I don't think it needs to be called Druid token service. I mean, isn't that what Druid, it's JSON web token? Why would I want Druid token? I mean, it's like the JSON web token service. I don't need that. That's redundant, man. It's redundant. Don't need that nonsense. All right, so we're going to go, all right, I got to copy this. That means I got to just take, I'm going to take this separately. Copy, Control Home, enter that in there. And then we're going to take everything that isn't this because, oh, that's a constructor. Oh, it's going to do that nonsense to me. That is one thing about this kind of thing. You have to, oh, no, all right, stop it. All the way back up. Oh, where am I now? See, it got me all confused. Where am I? Stop it. Copy code. I'll just copy the code. I will stick it in here, and then I'll just change the name. Druid service. All right, so we're going to call this Druid service. Means I got to take this out, and we got to take this out, and we got to take this out. Okay, so now we're back. We're back to functional. All right, so my configuration is not Druid circuit security key. It is called. Oh yeah, did I ever put my secret back in here? I may not have put my secret back in. Remember I had the secrets that were broken? I guess I could put it in my, I think I was using the developer token for now. Oh, it is there. Okay. I do have it. Druid secret. And we'll put that right here. And I got my bearer token name, which I should have. I think I have that in here somewhere. Thought I put that in. Oh, you know what? That might have been one of my secrets things. And it's missing because I never put that one back. The bearer token name, which could be here, but again, it's one of those items. Oh, here it is. Okay. Druid bearer token name. Oh, yeah. That's already in there. Okay, we're good. It's already named that, as a matter of fact. So we have our reading. This is probably complaining that it could be null. Possible null reference. That's what I thought. There's also a check you could do here that would say if it's null, but it shouldn't be null. And I know I should check for it, but if I do that, then it's like a pain in the butt. I know. Good coding handles don't let these errors happen, right? Good coders don't let bad code happen. I should check for my null reference. So, what's the easiest way to do this? Let's see. Let's go. If, oops. I don't know. What's the proper return for this situation? Wait, that should have went away. Usually when you do a test for the null, it doesn't complain about the possibility of null. If it's not null, why is it complaining still? Possible null reference argument for parameter s in byte. Yeah, but I checked. It usually doesn't complain if you check. Let's do this. Else. I'm going to have to inject my logger again. Oh, goody. The logger problem. Logger. Dot. Log. Yeah, it won't let me do it because I don't actually have a logger. Log information. Now, this is not in a component. This is in a service. So it's I'm just doing a add how to declare logger in the Druid token service. Yeah. Probably this is simple. Do I inject it? Oh, I do still inject it. I didn't. Nope. It's not inject. Okay. First, modify the constructor. Oh. They're doing it in the constructor. Logger. So it's just a private declaration. Okay. So we'll just take this. Really all they did is add this line, right? It's just creating this logger. Copy. And then I suppose that's being passed in. Yep. Such a weird way to do it. I like that you can do this using the base constructor. I don't know. It just feels cleaner the way it does it when you use the base constructor. Copy. And where is that at? Tokens. Let's change my, just take all of them. And it's not Druid token service, it's just Druid service. Okay, we're back. We got all that up there. Now, like, if I go here, so this gives me an extra line. But if I go here, it just looks cleaner. Tell me this doesn't look cleaner. Use primary constructor. See, it puts the same declarations in there. It doesn't do anything else. It just puts the declarations into the top part. And stop doing that. I gotta fix that one too. And then you do the private sets, and everybody's happy. It just sets them. It just seems cleaner, straight to the point. I don't like the additional constructor method. Now, yeah, I suppose if you're doing something else in there, I get it. Like if you need to like actually do some code, but all I'm declaring is setting some variables. And I don't think you need to have, for that kind of purpose, this is ideal. If you're doing it, like I said, if you're doing some constructor stuff and you're writing out a page of code or even a few lines of code that you can't do here, but for the purposes of just declaring properties and methods and setting them, then you don't need to have a separate constructor. Now, yes, if a person's new and doesn't know how this works and they don't know what they're looking at it going, well, what's going on here? But this is easy to read, I think. And if you need a constructor, add a constructor. You just have to move your declarations down, I guess. It's really nothing more than taking that, calling it renaming, putting the same values in it, and then you're setting these things in it. But it's like, why? All right, what is this guy doing? Not all code paths return a value. Oh, that's right, because I haven't actually returned a value for the code path that fails. So it's logger lowercase l. And we're going to say logger, it's probably capital I too. Log information. Yep, capital I, that's what I thought. We're going to say secret not defined in config files. Okay. Well, it's still not going to work, of course, because I still don't have it returning anything. What would I return in the case of a fail here? I don't know. What do you return? What do you return? Return null? I mean, what do I return here? If it's going to be a broken situation, return null? Sure. That's all you can really do, right? There's really nothing else to return. It didn't work though. Apparently, I mean, in the past, if you try that, I noticed that if you put a test for the null reference, it won't do this, but it's doing it now. It's like, let's see how let's see how ChatGPT would fix this, because this is how I would fix it, but maybe ChatGPT would do it. How would you deal? How should I plan for possible null reference warning in this line from above code? Let's see what ChatGPT says, because I thought just checking for it should get rid of it, and it didn't. It should be smart enough, but maybe not. So they're doing the secret. Throw invalid operation exception. Trit secret is not configured. That's basically what I said. Oh, so they're just checking it and throwing it out. Oh, well, you could do default secret, which is going to break anyway. You can't just throw in crap. Use the configuration binder get value method with default value. You can use the get value method, which allows specific default value if the key is missing. That's kind of interesting, you know, setting up a default value that just says blah, but it's not going to work, so why? So I understand the test for if it's, well, does that get rid of the error though? I mean, I guess it does. It says here it would. So maybe that's better. I mean, might as well get an error, I suppose. So, all right. So it's doing it a different way, but I want the squiggly line to go away. So I'll do it ChatGPT's way. If that works, I'm good with it. Oops, did I delete something? I did. Don't want to delete principal. That's kind of important. This is what needs to go away. Yep, I got rid of it. Okay, so it says I'm handling it here. I still think my other way handled it too, but this will do it. All right, so we got our information back. We've dealt with the possible null reference. So our code is not going to crash and get a DUI. Dumb user implementation. DUR, dumb user result. All right. It's not the user's fault. It should be a dumb programmer result. I mean, not dumb. How about APR, amateur programmer result. There we go. Of course, that doesn't sound very, not in line with the whole, you know, friends don't let friends program incorrectly. Programmers don't let bad code happen. Okay, where was I? We got that fixed. Back to the task at hand. We put in our token service. We created our principal. We've got inject. Oh, that's the logger thing. That was just me getting logger working, which, by the way, I didn't actually use. I created a logger and I wanted to do something with it. There was a reason why I wanted a logger. What was it? I don't know. I just felt like I wanted logger. I'm gonna go logger. Nope. Logger dot log information. Wait, what? No. Why is that not working? Logger. No. Why is it not letting me? Why is it not letting me read my logger? Why? Oh, it's because it's. Never mind. Doing it again. Dang it. Underscore logger dot log information. Getting cookie. How about getting auth token? And then we're going to go down here and we're going to say, let's see, underscore, man, logger dot log information. It's the end of the day. I can take this into the finish line. I don't need a break. Cookie or token validated and decrypted. Decrypted? Sure. That's how you decrypted and validated, but whatever. All right, so we did that. So we've done our cookie get. Update the component. We got this is the part where we set up the class, register the service in program.cs, build.services.add singleton to token service. All right, so we got to take this guy. We're going to go copy, go over to our program.cs. Okay, so I'm starting to understand the processes a little bit. So when you create a service, you got to register it each time. It's always going to go under adding it into your singleton. And I guess it's just always going to be something like this. Now this is going to have to be just Druid service because redundant token. Druid service. That didn't work. What? Didn't work. Don't like me. Oh, you know what? Do I have a reference to UCL web.services in here? I may not. UCL web, nope, which I don't. Using UCL web.services. There we go. There we go. Fixed. Fixed and ready to roll. Okay, so then we go on to the next thing. Update the layout or component to check for the token. So in this case, we've got to go plug it into our login.razor. And we're going to go inject our service. So basically I have to use our new toy. This is how we're going to do that. I'm getting used to this process a little bit. It's starting to flow for me. Not to say I'm going to always remember, but at least I'm going to do this enough times with all this effort that eventually I will be going, oh yeah, I just need to do this and that. And then I will be able to make a 3 into a shorter times into a 2 or 1. Okay, so, oops, it's already got inject on it. Never mind. Snap, don't do that. Okay. There we go. Yep, gotta take that out too. Which is actually the more important one to take out. The other is just name, Twitch service. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, do I have to do a using on here? I do. I bet you I have to do a using. Using UCL web.services. Yep. Yep. All right. Gotta do both parts. Very interesting. Okay. So now we're going to have to plug it in. So we're going to have down our code, private bool. Let's see, what are we doing? So we're going to have conditionals. Got log out, log in, if user logged in. Okay, so we're good. So we're going to go down here, go to my login spot that I want to change. Oh, you know what? I'm doing this in the wrong place. Darn garnet. Oh. All right. I did this in the wrong place. We got to... Never mind. Ignore me, login. Pretend like I was never here. Just putting this in the wrong piece of code. You can pretend. Go back to your business, man. Ignore me. Nav menu. That's where I want this. I'm going to go here. There's no using on this one. Uh-oh. Apparently it doesn't need using. Does it need this even? Nope, it does need a using. Oh, weird. Add implements at disposal. What is that? Interesting. So the using still go at the top, right? I mean, that's still kind of the norm, right? I don't know what implements is, but... Disposable. Huh. Interesting. All right, well. Wait, maybe not. What does it say? What is the error? Property click does not exist on type. Provides property click does not exist on type implements. All right, so maybe I need to put this at the top. Some things do care, man. Yep. Okay, now I know. Implements go first. And the implements, little bit by little bit, I'm going to plug my way through this. Oh, wait, still something off, though. What is this? Property click does not exist on type. All right. Well, it doesn't say I need to do this, but it didn't work when I didn't. Doesn't like something about this. But Navigation Manager, where is Navigation Manager? Go to implementation. Something's weird. Navigation Manager. Oh, okay. Ugly mugly. What's going on here? So, how do I? All right, so. So I registered it, and it is set up, but the inject doesn't appear to be working without a using, but I can't put a using here. Or at least it didn't appear to work. Type namespace Drit service cannot be found. Says error service cannot be found in my component related to Drit token. Let's see what it says. If you're getting errors that cannot be found in your component, it typically means that your service is not properly registered or injected. Alright, so I got builder.services, I got that, because my program does in fact show my add singleton, Drit service right there. And then inject service in your component. If you're raising a component or code beyond file, ensure that you are injecting the service correctly. Inject service. This tells Blazor framework to inject. Check the namespace. Make sure the Drit token service is in the correct namespace and that the namespace is correctly imported in your component. Replace your namespace, Drit token service defined, with the actual namespace where Drit token space is located. Yeah, I tried that, but it gave me an error. Oh, you know what? I have code running. I wonder if that's the problem. It's probably just not letting me run this stuff because I'm trying to make changes that that could probably be about what's going on. Maybe. It's still going. Because I can put the at using in there. Do I still get the squiggly line? Okay, I'm not getting the squiggly line. Oh, I am still getting it. Dang it. All right, what does that mean then? Property click does not exist on type element. All right. My using statement is getting property click. What is it? Property click. What is that? Does not exist on type element. That is so weird. Property click does not exist on type element. Error. If you're using TypeScript manipulating DOM elements, no. If this error occurs in Blazor project when using JavaScript interrupt, make sure you're correctly handling the DOM elements. Okay, none of that seems to apply. And in your JavaScript file. This is Blazor. So something's weird. All right, I'm just gonna do the rest of it and see what's going on. I don't understand. So I got the inject, and that's my component main layout dot razor. Yeah. Using. Right, and I tried to do that, and it's giving me that weirdness. All right, we're gonna go take this guy. Oh, I don't need to take it exactly. Where's my login? Login, log out. That's what we're gonna do here. Why did I log out, post, log in. Oh, they do have a log out already. But it's not, it's already here, but is it even conditionized? So it's authorized. Huh. I actually like this. How do I make sure that this works though? This never got What is authorized? Huh. How do I trigger the authorized view? All right, let's just ask a different question. How do I make this code work? Because I like this. This looks better. I don't know, better than just the simple if user logged in. I know user logged in is simple. It's probably it. But I feel like authorized is a built-in authorization. Now maybe I can't use it because I'm using the cookie token bit and things are a little weird. And maybe I can't do this because of that reason, because I'm not using authorized. But like, I don't know. I just feel like this is going to be, like, this has register, it has other stuff on here, which is going to be better, right? I mean, I don't need a register page if I've already got if it's already logged in. So how do I make this code work with my token, my Druid token, my Druid bearer token stored in a cookie? Yeah, program.cs. Since you're using Druid stored in a cookie, the authorized view will work as long as the authentication scheme is set up correctly. See, this uses like my authorization, which I like. Login path, account login, logout path, account logout. Add Druid bearer option. Just something about this feels more like the correct way to do things. Again, I'm using the actual authentication processes and I'm using it with my cookie. So it just seems better. Handling Druid in the cookie, make sure the Druid is being properly stored in the cookie and that the Druid token is being ready. Context token. My token is encrypted. Per the suggestion above, my decryption is being handled by Druid token service. Okay, here we go. I think this is what I want. This should be a little closer to what I want. Because I actually want the authorized stuff to be how I manage pages that need to be authorized. And so this is just going to use that authorized, probably some kind of components and whatever else to actually run my code on all the other pages. Because there's going to be pages like the account login and stuff. So let's go to program.cs. And so there's a little bit different. So I got my add authentication, which I have not done any of that in this thing. Oh, I do have add authentication. Okay. Add authentication, Druid. Add cookie options. And that's the .add Druid bearer, which is fine. So I need to add its authentication. And you always have to be so specific with these things because it will change stuff. Is the code the same considering my token is a Truth bearer token. If you don't put all the details in, man, you got to ask the question so precisely. Yes, the code was applicable for handling truth bearer tokens stored in cookie even when the token is encrypted. The keys, okay, so here's a summary of the code setup. Okay, so we're going, so it's the same. Just making sure I'm not missing something, because I do have, here it says default scheme and all that stuff, and it doesn't have that so that stuff in it. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't gonna, I'm just basically gonna add these extra pieces. So I'm just gonna go in here, so add cookie options. Which should work pretty much the same. Oh, I probably don't need that one though, huh? Wait, comma? How are they doing it? So it's going, so we got the top piece is a dot, and just dot, and then, no, okay. And then they have the add truth bearer, which is down here. All right, what's going on here, man? That must be a piece of the options. .service.add authentication, and then I have my, and then I have truth bearer, but that's just underneath here. Can I just add it? All right, where am I going to add this thing then? Probably can be added underneath. Truth bearer defaults. Now, let's make sure I'm looking, I'm not breaking myself here. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, we're good. Just making sure I'm not in the wrong application. Because it's starting to look a lot like my other application. I wonder if I need this truth bearer defaults. Authentication scheme default challenge scheme. It is truth bearer, but I wonder why my options, why can't I just add this? Why is it not, why does it not like it? Right now it's not. Where's the squiggly lines that were just there? But now suddenly there's no squiggly lines? What happened? It's like, oh, yeah, that's fine. What were you complaining about earlier? Oh, nothing. I just felt like being a jerk. Okay. Thanks a lot, code. All right, so now we got drip bearer options. We got the options in here. Events, new drip bearer events. I don't have any of that. So do I need to add this stuff? I wish it was wider. Sometimes I just want to see what it's writing. So I got options.token event parameters. So I got to have an options events in there as well. Copy. Oh. Oh. Okay. There we go. And this is your token. All right, what are we missing from the above here? Because identity model tokens, we've got ASP.NET authentication with bearer, ASP.NET authentication with bearer. We got system.text, and we got UCL web data and UCL services. So something is not working with this one. Can I copy this somehow? Is there like a way to copy this here? Nope. What does it think I'm missing then? It must be some object missing. Oh, it's not JIT token for one thing. Still doesn't work. So, wait, I do have my Druid service. Where is that at? It's right, Druid service. Isn't there a decrypt in here? It should be, because that was part of the whole creation. What am I missing here? Where's my, it says decrypt, but I don't see the decrypt in here. What am I missing? Oh, did I not add that? Is that like a second piece? Ensure that your Druid token has a method to decrypt the token. Ah, check that out. It doesn't even have this. Why did it put it separately? Why not just give it to me all at once? All right. And did I do configuration? I do have configuration. Okay, we're good. There, now it's got all the parts. Again, we're slowly getting to the end of this, to the end of the line here. Got, let's see, what was it, 17 minutes based on my own personal objective to finish. Although I did start kind of late, so I suppose I can go a little longer. Ow. It's not like anybody's home. House is empty, so I'm just plugging away here. Trying to learn. All right, all you companies out there needing a Blazor, look at me learn. Time to hire me. Come on, you can do it. Bring me in. I'll figure it out. I've got my buddies, Claude and let's see, BB and CG, BB, CG, and Claude. All my computer pals, they'll get me through it. All right, not to mention my online pals, giving me all kinds of guidance as necessary when they've got the moment of when they've got a moment. All right, so we've got that in. We've got everybody getting their pieces. That doesn't like this, of course, because it could be null. Secret key could be null. No, it's not going to be null, so stop worrying about it. What was my other... How did I fix this other one? Can I even do this up there? I might not even like that I'm going to try this. Because this one, I complained about the possibility, so I went... yeah. But you can't throw an exception on a class level variable, can you? Are you allowed to do that on a class level variable? I feel like it would complain. Because that's like adding code. But I'm pretty sure this is not going to be happy. I want to put this on, but I bet you it's going to complain. feel like this is more code than is allowed. I'll be darned, it didn't complain. I thought you couldn't do that on a class level variable. Interesting. I mean, I guess it's not technically in a class, but still, it's even higher, right? It's like the top level. It's not even encapsulated in any task. It's just, but it took it. So, okay. All right, so we're good with that. What's next? Druid token service. I got that in there. Modify your Blazor components. Now let's see. Inject token. Now I was trying to get it to work with this piece of nonsense. Now Blazor component authorize view should basically work, right? Here's a summary of the code setup. For configuring Druid token, the configuration is used to validate the decrypted Druid token. This includes setup using authorized view and Blazor components. Works seamlessly with Drip Bearer token. After it's decrypted and validated, it will automatically render different UI elements based on whether the user is authenticated. I like that. Let's see if it works. Shall we? Shall we rise it, run it? Let's do this, man. I'm gonna fire this puppy up and see what nonsense occurs. So we don't have, let's see, first of all, will it compile? That's like the big trick. Do we have any errors in all of my stuff? Seems we do not have errors in the basic compile. Now, boom, run something. Yes. Is it thinking about it? Maybe. Maybe possibility, kinda, sorta, maybe not. What's it doing? Hello? Why aren't you running anything? Ah, there it goes. Just took a while. Teasing me. We've got a page up. We're gonna go to login now. We're gonna log in. Let's take this out. Did log in, but my page didn't change. This login did not change. So authorized view did not work, but did it? Let's go look at my output. Let's see. Normalize. Trying login. User logged in. Druid token saved a cookie. So we got the cookie save. So somebody didn't do their job. Nav menu. Did you do your job? I feel like you didn't do your job, buddy. Authorized view did not work. What did I miss? Is there something I was supposed to put in there? I mean, really, I didn't add anything. I don't know. Is this different? I don't even know if this is different. I can't tell. Right, we're going to go to my authorized view. So we got page 3, account manage. We got user spam at context user identity name. We got current URL, log out, post, anti-forgery, link, button, authorized, register, account register, spam register true, login, account login. So yeah, person badge nav menu, not authorized. So authorized view is exactly the same, so they didn't change any code there, so it didn't work. So what I do expect to happen though, let's see if anything happens. So we got Druid service. We should be getting down here into this decrypt thing. Let's go here. We're gonna go. Oh, I have to do. Oh, here's underscore logger dot log information. We're gonna go decrypted token. Should get some. Should definitely get some feedback from that. So when I go here, yeah, nothing happened. We are not appearing at the decryption. So why would it work? Let's go in here. We don't even get to decrypt. Okay, so something's not working here. Oh. Whoa, hello. This. Why didn't it actually apply the code for me? I didn't realize it didn't even tell me the decryption part. Decrypted token. Okay. I mean, still, it should come down here and at least say something. It should come in here. Something's calling my encrypted token. So yeah, it didn't actually come in here. Even though I have a call to it, I have decrypted token async, and we have the encrypted token, which somewhere is upset. So it's right here. Encrypted token context request cookies. Aha! It's not my use. It's not my your Druid token name, whatever the heck that is. So this is my. It's supposed to be config. What is it? Configuration. So you're going to complain that it could be blank. This could be a non-existent file. Value, my friend. You can't just go putting stuff in here. I can. Shouldn't. Configuration. Square bracket. We're going to say Druid bearer token name. And then we gotta go over here. Another bracket. Wait. Cookie. Now let's see. Could be a null reference, right? Possible null reference. Yeah, I know. Alright, let's go. Let's make everybody happy. Var token name. Go up here. Token name equals. And we gotta put the test on here. And we'll say Druid token name does not exist. Not a token name not provided. There you go. Okay, so now we've got at least a valid bearer token. I don't know why that didn't trigger things, but maybe it can't do it because encrypted token was not coming back with any value because it was null or empty, so if not null. So let's see what happens now. It's kind of funny, you can't even really build here because this builds it into the app and then things just work off of it. That's how authorized view works. So you can't, I don't even know how you would step through. I mean, all I can do is step through the decrypt if it's called. Aha, we're here. Now, of course, this isn't going to decrypt anything, but at least now I know that the cookie exists. I do have to, okay, so it's not going to, whoa, it's doing all this stuff, but at least I know now that that's doing something. Okay, so now that does something. Let's see, what do I want to read? What I gotta, how do I, ow, pluggly, muggly, ow. It's, that's the encrypted token. But why, what I don't understand is, why is it calling, oh, so this is just going to be called every time? This is this way it's going to work. It's going to call in here every time, and it's going to go it's going to go decrypt it. Okay. So, what is the process? You didn't tell me how to do that part, man. Let's see. Okay, well, okay. How do I do the actual cookie decryption? It's like, do I have to tell you everything? One of these days, the AIs are going to get smart enough. They're going to go, oh my gosh, is there nothing you don't know? Is there nothing you already know? It's like, geez. It's like, well, no, I'm using you as my teacher. you gotta give me all the details, man. I'm not taking no Coursera class. I'm taking the AI ChatGPT class. How do I do the actual cookie decryption? It's like, okay, to decrypt the token, do this. Encrypting the I don't want to encrypt it. I want to decrypt it. Didn't I say decrypt? I thought I spelled okay, decrypt. Here we go. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Whoa, that's actually got a lot. Wow, that's a lot of. Holy moly. Use the token service in your middleware. Ah, yeah, see, that's what I want to do. I want to put it in my middleware. At some point. At some point, it's going to go on middleware. Inspect the value of your encrypted token. Well, yeah. I could do that. Could. Use it to tokens. Okay, so this is the decrypt token. Full cipher. From base 64. No, I don't think I'm using base. Am I using UTF? No, I'm using ASCII 2, I think it is. I think mine is, I think it's encrypted using ASCII. Now, I don't know if that's different, but I don't think it's base 64. My authorize is using ASCII 2. My token is encrypted. Encrypted? Encrypt. What do I know? Okay. Encrypted with ASCII 2 encoding. And is my twit bearer token is encrypted with ASCII 2 encoding. It's probably a minor change, right? It's probably just going to change it to ASCII 2. It's just going to put ASCII 2 instead of, yeah, that's all it did. Nothing significant. I know. I'm like, hey, if you're going to give me an answer, give it to me the way I want to see it. I don't want don't give me around the bush stuff, beating around the bush maneuvers. Just say it, man. Just say it. In fact, this is UTF-8. Whoa, this is already doing it wrong. Mine is ASCII 2. What is this? ASCII 2. ASCII 2. Because mine is all about the ASCII 2 nonsense. It just seems like a lot of lines, doesn't it? Seem like a lot of lines to encrypt it? It says, well, it's not. Okay, so we're going to go in my decryption. We're going to go get my key, which I kind of thought I already did. I guess I didn't. So we're going to do this. This is my secret. Getting auth token. For example, using AES to decrypt the token. I don't know, AES, I guess that's the way we could do it. I don't mean, I didn't know. It's not how it does it in React. That's not how React does it. That's not how my daddy does it. My daddy does it different from your daddy. Your daddy's wrong. Okay, var key. Let's see, a secret. Alright, so we got logger getting auth token. Well, we have the auth token. Let's just say decrypting auth token. Decrypting auth token. Alright, so we got the key. And then we got convert. Nope, that's not right. Why does it say convert from base 64? Convert the ASCII2 encoding string to a byte array. Why? Extract the IV from the encryption token, usually the first 16 bytes. This is weird. That feels really weird. I mean, look, I'm going to show you what React does when it does it. It doesn't do any pulling weird stuff. It doesn't do any of that. Look, this is React. Oh, wait, where the heck? I just lost my... Okay, so we're here. So I go over to my use Druid, and I have a decrypt on, or his decode, whatever, and then return decode token, Druid decode token O. Use Druid. All right, how's it in here? Post, get, cookie, Druid verify. Well, where'd it go? Yeah, it just, this one don't even have any complicated nonsense. This is using a library. Druid decode. I'm using a Druid decode library, Druid decode. It just returns the Druid decode token. Voila, done. That's it. There's no whatever this nonsense is. And that's it. There's nothing else. We got verify, we can validate the token. Let's see. Someone, JSON, yeah, none of this stuff does, it doesn't care. There's nothing else, man. What's my middleware doing? Do I have anything going on in my middleware? Middleware. Nope, my middleware is not doing anything either. I don't even have this going. I don't even have my auth API working because I haven't plugged in the middleware yet here either, not fully. I do have the verify piece, but not much going on there. So ultimately, I mean, the library must be doing all this weird stuff. Because this doesn't have the Druid. Can I use my Druid decode library in Visual Studio? Because it really is so much easier than using this. Seems like so much more work. It is because probably the library is doing all this work for you. So maybe that's why I'm looking at this going, this is way more complex than what I did. But okay. Maybe that's because what I did doesn't do this, is doing this stuff in a hidden library. All right, so let's go to my decode. You're dumb, man. You don't make this easy for me. All right, so we're gonna go to decrypt token, and we're just gonna go here, I guess. So we're gonna convert from base 64 string from the encrypted token. Create, blah, 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 read to end in sync. That's just my key. Where is it putting the key at? So this is coming back from my encrypted token. It's not base 64 though. My encrypted token is ASCII 2. Why use this method if my encrypted encrypted token is encrypted as ASCII 2, not base 64. Where tokens are encrypted ASCII 2 encoding, you wouldn't use base 64 encoding functions like. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, buddy. Okay. So I only need this piece. I know I'm right. Okay, so we're going to go down here, and that should, how much does that change anything else below it? Probably not much, huh? Because we're still getting the AES create decrypt. Oh, AES create. Oh, it's different. It's simpler. It's got less going on here, man. Okay. So yeah, have a lot of stuff in here though. Take this thing. All right, so we're going to take this and we're going to put this right here. Still does that weird 8 thing, but that might be normal. That might be what the decode library is doing. So I got to give, you know, credit to the decode library if it's doing all this stuff. And then we're going to go here. We got decrypted token. And then we got to declare. Okay, so we're going to take out this stuff, I guess, because apparently not needing this stuff. I will go like this, though. X, and we're going to put this right here. And oops, nope, can't do that there. Gotta do that here. And then I get rid of this. And then apparently I can get rid of this as well. Now, this doesn't have a, so shouldn't this complain saying not all code paths return? Well, I guess it is just using blah, using blah, using blah. Okay, so none of these are conditional, I guess. They're just using. Oh, it's really weird. So using is basically, what do you call it? Well, I mean, this is like the classic using. You're actually creating a container where you can actually use parts of it underneath it. So all the different values and variables are underneath it, which I remember using quite a bit. Using. This is how I remember using, using, versus the way we do the way it's done now, where you put it at the top and it's a different type of using method. Using it in code to reference the various parts. Like that in a group, rather than having to say CS decrypt dot, CS decrypt dot, kind of like that. Here we're using CSR decrypt, but whatever. It's kind of like setting a variable and then using all the methods on it, a variable object and using all the methods or properties on it. Okay, so we don't have any syntactical errors. And theoretically, if this works, this guy is going to drop me a decrypted token. I'm gonna say yes. On that, we're gonna let this run, and we're gonna see if we've got this finally implied. And if it works, then we're pretty close to what we have in my React application, I believe. Because I think my React application is also doing similarly, changing. The difference is on the React application, it's login or link to the account. It's just at the top. It says login and has your name. Now, I may want to do something similar. Like I said, I kind of want the apps to be very, very close in appearance in the end. So I may make some adjustments, some tweaks, and find the bits and pieces I like best about the two apps and try to make them exist. I almost want to. I mean, if you watched my video yesterday, I spoke about how I have this dream to be able to have a working application on two separate code bases and have a company that's job is not so much just about the application. The application is about trying, is there to try to bring in some resources and also provide something to the community, which what this is Ladder is going to do, but also to teach developers who need to allow people to get work experience. Kind of like a company that's specifically there to help young developers or developers who are trying to upgrade their skills gain the experience necessary to get jobs out there in the world. And so to provide variable applications that they might switch between and gain 1 or 2 or 3 years of experience. Now, obviously, we can't give people 5 or 10 years experience, but help get people get some experience along the way, learning things, and then they can go to these jobs and go, yeah, I've got 3 years of experience or 2 years experience doing this. At least they've got a base set of experience doing all these things. And I want to have the company also have job finders that, people whose sole purpose in life, this is almost like I'd want to make it a, what do you want to call it? A not-for-profit company where all the money we do get from the applications we create would be used to, help employ these people for a little while, getting them experience and help them find jobs out there in the world with their newfound experience. They would go out find jobs, maybe make connections with people, just find ways to get these people employed. Now, granted, there's going to be those times. You're going to run into people who just don't fit the mold of the business, right? They want to do the work, or they want to these jobs, but they don't want to do the work, kind of thing. And there's going to have to be remote and on-site options. We'll be doing both, because some companies, want on-site people. Some people want to be on-site people. But a lot of it's going to be remote because we're going to have people who are remote. But we want to provide that option. Now, obviously, it's a company that's only going to be able to employ X amount of people. It's going to have a lot to do with resources and applications that we're building, but also have ways for people to learn how applications differ from each other. That's my dream. My dream, which isn't there yet, and it's going to take, it's an expensive dream. It's going to take, a pretty big blessing for me to actually be able to get that going. For me, it's learning right now, getting these in place. What I'm thinking is that those people would come in and say, hey, we have 2 applications. They're the same. We want them to remain the same, but as we upgrade and add features to one, once we're done with that, we deploy it, and then we switch to the other code base, update that one to do the same thing. So you're learning the C# or the Blazor, and then you switch over and you're learning the React and the Next.js. And maybe at some point we create a third application that's using the latest, greatest tech, 5 years from now. and they have to build that application to do exactly and look exactly like these, and maybe at some point we phase one of them out because they're no longer a relevant application. But we always have one that's able to do and work similarly. Maybe we get new features and new functionality as one progresses and the other one progresses. Maybe one gets left behind because it's no longer up. But we have people working and constantly learning new skills, and we just keep pushing them out the door. They would come to us. We would intentionally be hiring people knowing they would not be with us for a long time, short of our few, what we call our senior people, our people who are our employees with intent to help us grow and build the business while helping teach and mentor those people. And maybe we even help, maybe some of those people even come in and learn to teach and mentor and get learning management experience, lead experience they're going to need to go on to the next project. Because a lot of people want to do that stuff, and you can't get it without 5 years of experience as a lead or a manager. And you can learn some of that stuff at our company too. So that would be the dream for that business. And yeah, you know, maybe it's a I don't want to say it's a pipe dream. I believe it can happen. That's just one thing I'd like to do. And I think it'd be cool because I think it's really hard to keep up in this world of technology. And a company that's sole job is to help you do that. You know, we hire people as we can. A company, I believe, is not designed. You want to build as many projects and ideas and things that you can to kind of make money, so that the company can keep afloat for a while. But ultimately, it needs to be it's going to be a loss project, right? It's a charity project. Hopefully, you know, the projects will make enough money to keep in that gap from getting too out of hand. Maybe we end up building something that's really successful. I don't know. But ultimately, it's more about building the people than the projects. So it could potentially lose money. And I don't know, maybe it doesn't last that long unless we get a lot of donations. But like I said, I think a non-profit that helps people keep up in the tech industry would be pretty cool. And, you know, and have sellable skills. That's what I want to do. But hey, right now, let's make me have sellable skills. let's get me a job first. And let's see where I'm at. All right, so did I run this thing? No, let's go run it. It's 5:20, so I'm a little over my goal time, but I thought maybe 5:20, 5:30 is a pretty good stop, and maybe I'll switch over and do some gaming for a bit. I don't know. We'll see. I should paint. I haven't painted in a while. I keep saying I want to do that, and I haven't been doing it. So in theory, this is going to run. It's going to drop it's going to drop a air bomb on me. Druid's secret is not configured. Okay, well, we already have an error. What do you mean Druid's secret is not Yes, it is. Well, we know that's not a thing, but development. Oh, okay, never mind. It's not. Well, it's not in that format, it's not. It's API settings secret. All right, let's try that again. Can I do a hot reload? Will it let me do a hot reload for that? Specify key is not a valid size for the algorithm. What? Is not a valid size for the algorithm? What is a valid size? RGB key. Where's RGB key? What is it talking about? Let's see. Cookies. Yes. Create system transform. Token. Main. Move next. I don't know what any of that is. Specified key is not a valid parameter. RGB key. What? Is, oh, here we go. That must be the RGB key. Byte. Get bytes. What is a valid size? It's like, what is... all right, I'm going to, let's see, underscore logger dot log information. Let's just type the key out. I want to see what it says. Oh, it won't let me do that. Your changes resulted in build errors. Oh, can I not put that in because it's not, it's in bytes. Oh. Edit code. Can I go dot toString? Refreshing web browser. Okay. I don't know what that means, and I'm not sure what's going on. So let's restart this. Why ain't this letting me put in a breakpoint? Oh, it says, no, you can't put breakpoints in here. We're not going to let you break this. You've already broken it enough. Who do you think you are? Key. I mean, it's probably just going to be a byte array, right? So just a bunch of, what is that? X's and O's, ones and zeros. What is the bytes it's going to show me? Ugh. Using var decryptor, create, oh gosh, what is that? Specify key, I don't know what that, RGB key, it doesn't like it. Let's see, it'll tell me what's wrong with it. I don't know why it doesn't like it, I mean. Code is returning this error. This might need to adjust the key length. Adjust key in app settings JSON. Update your app settings JSON or configuration source to have a key of appropriate length. If the key is too short, pad it. If it is too long, trim it. What if I don't want to use that long of a key? Why is it doing it this way? It's the key I use everywhere, man. I don't know. It's like, no, it's got to be this key. Why does it have to be different? Ensure the key is correct size for AES. My auth API encoded it with this same key. Encoded the Jewett bearer token with the same key. Why can I not decode it with this key? Truths are typically signed rather than encrypted. The HS256 algorithm, for example, signs a token but does not encrypt it. If your druid is signed, the process involves signing, using a key to generate a signature, verifying, using the same key to verify the token's integrity. Ensure you're using the right approach. Druids have three parts: header, payload, signature. Make sure you're handling each part correctly. Druid validation setup. Okay, so I do have this stuff set up. Handler. Druid security token handler. Setup Druid authentication. Druid validation setup. Ensure token integrity. Handle encoding properly. Debugging tips. Verify if the Druid is signed or encrypted and use the correct method for decoding. Okay, so like, I'm pretty sure it's encrypted because I'm going here and it says, was it signed or encrypted? I'm pretty sure it's signed. So we're going to go here. See, it's encoding with the Druid key. Oh, no, that's not encoding. Never mind. Issuer audience. Oh, it's signing. Oh. Well, what's the difference? I mean, what the heck? Issuer signing key, symmetric security key. Oh. I thought it was encrypted. I mean, I didn't ask it to do signing. I asked it to do encrypting. Huh. Huh. All right. Well, which is weird, right? I mean, my other says decrypt or decode or whatever it is. Maybe it's because I said decrypt and not decode. Maybe if I said decode, it would have known I meant signing. Because it's decode token versus decrypt token, right? Decode is using basically what I expect to see, something a little bit more familiar. JSON token, read token, equals null, argument exception, invalid token, JSON token claims, first sub. See, this looks a little more like I expect, and I think that's the problem. It's not encrypted. Huh. So when I go here, see my code here is decrypt token, when in fact I need decode token. Huh. All right, well, I need to fix that, right? So we have our string, it's encrypted token, it's the key handler, read token as Druid security token. So let's just take this piece. I do need to rename it, but for now. Okay, so if I'm decoding the token, I need to do this differently. Alright, so I gotta go in here. And instead, it's going to be issue. Yeah, see, this looks a lot more familiar. Okay. Set up Druid authentication. I think what's the difference between signing and encoding? I mean, isn't signing and encoding kind of the same? Key. It's actually already, I already have the key as a byte. Oh, I don't even need this. I already have that. All right, and then where is it putting in the key though? Because it says, all right, I have a key, but where is it passing the key? Key. See, I have key, but where is the key used? Other than my log, other than my log information. Okay. All right. Let's ask it what it's doing. Okay. I see var key defined, but I don't see how it is used in the following code. Because it's not actually in. Am I like missing? Where is the word, where is the key being used? Other than my log information, it is not there. Right? I mean, is it defined somewhere else? In the provided context, if the key variable is defined but not used directly in the code, it's crucial to understand how it fits in the encryption or token verification. Yeah, it is crucial to understand that. Let's consider a basic setup where you're using drip tokens. Yeah, the key is essential for creating and verifying the tokens. Here's how you might see the key used in token creation. Yeah, I know that. I know the token creation part. So we have key, but see, it uses key there. That much I know. Key generation and conversion, signing credentials, token validation parameters, how to ensure proper key usage. The key is used to sign and verify Druid tokens. Well, I know what it's used for, but what? Handle encoding properly. Ensure the encoding. Ensure the encoding issues are handled if, all right. All right, so let's try this. From this code provided above, how is var key which is defined being used? Right. If you are just reading the token without verifying its signature, the key is not needed. However, if you need to validate the token or decrypt it if it were encrypted, the key would be essential. To validate a token and verify its signature, you need to use the key. Here's how you can use the key to validate the token. They make it so much more complicated in Blazor. I'm telling you, Blazor really, I don't know, is it Blazor that's making it more complicated or ChatGPT? Decode token. So to decode the token, you don't need the key? How come? How come decoding the token doesn't require the key? How come decoding the token does not require a key? Header payload signature. Coding involves base64 encoding. Convert the base64 encoding string into readable JSON. Parsing JSON, extract the header and payload. Decoding does not require the secret key because it only involves interpreting the token structure and contents. The operation doesn't check if the token is valid or unaltered. Validating is the JWT involves checking signature to ensure the token was signed with the correct key. Claims to verify claims like expiration, issuer, and audience. Requires the key because signature verification is created using the key. Validation checks if the signature matches the expected value when using the same key. Huh. Interesting. Well, that's not how React does it. Again, that's not how my daddy does it. My daddy does it differently. Because here you actually, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's doing something. Maybe I am totally off track. Okay, so this one has the decode token, and it just says decode, which I am not putting a key in there. But I do know I use a key for something here. For something. There's something here that's using a key, I swear. Let's see, authorization, get, post, split, and cookie name, token, true, node, process node, and keys, UA token not found, status. So there's my secret. Decoded. See, constant, decoded. And it's going to go, oh, verify. So the verify is the oh, okay. Wow. What do you know? It is how it does it here. So the verify is doing the decode. But it is not. So the decoded token is just the token that's been verified. In the case of this code, the decoded token is actually just a verified token in this situation. So I have a token, I get it back, and now it's going to go and break it down for me. But it is doing a validation. The validation is where it's passing in the secret. Huh. And so when I go druid.verify, post, yeah, see JSON web token, I'm passing in the token and verifying it. And then the decode really doesn't do anything. It's just taken the token that's been provided. So I could theoretically do the same thing by having my decode run the verify as part of the decoding. So just go get my key, run the verify, and so I could have the validate token. In this case, it would be something blah, 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 validate token. So this is going to return what? It's going to return to me return the principal, which in this case is what? The token? Yeah, see, it's a token handler dot validate token, and then here we have validation parameters and security token, validate token, validated token. So it's going to return the validated token and whatever the principal is. I don't know what the To be honest, I don't know what principal is. What is principal coming back as? I guess I'd have to have this code in my thing so I can see what it returns. Because there's an out of the validated token. It's probably a true or false or some kind of acknowledgement of the token being. These are the validation parameters with the key. So it's going to go in and run it, the token plus the validation parameters. Checking to make sure everybody's happy. See, this is kind of what all right, time to stop, because I don't want to go down the wrong path here. I created a validate token option in my auth API, so I almost feel like I should send the validations back to the auth API and just say, hey, is this valid? And then it returns. I don't do any of this stuff. If I want to validate it, I would say, go get me the validate. Go check for the validation on my auth API, and then send me back yes or no or whatever, and then I could decode it. But I didn't know that my decode was actually not doing anything. It's not decoding it. It's just returning it as a JSON file. I didn't know that. But yeah, that's something I need to work on tomorrow, I think. But anyway, I think that's enough for today. I think I want to try to make my validate not validate inside of this code. I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying to use my auth API. I'm going to make a callback to my auth API, let it do the validation. And in that case, I may not even need a key, right? I mean, if I pass my validations back to the auth API, the API will go, yeah, the token you have is valid. Then good. I don't need to do it myself. I don't need to validate it myself. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. I just kind of want the auth API to deal with the cookie, and all I do is ask the API, is this good? Is this a valid cookie? And the cookie will go, and the API does the work. And I don't want to parse that information out to my API or to my individual applications. That's the whole point of the API. It's going to do all the auth stuff. It's going to check it. It's going to monitor it. You just need to use it. And I think that's what I want to do. So that's going to require me to come back tomorrow and figure out how to make those calls to my auth API to do the validate token. And I think we'll be good then. I think I'll be on the right track. But for now, I'm done. Until next time.